Hello everyone, I am the Creeps Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. In my sophomore year of high school, I signed up to be a volunteer babysitter at a summer camp-style retreat. It wasn't anything fancy, no wilderness survival or ropes courses. The whole place was tucked away in the forest at the end of a long gravel road. A few cabins and smaller buildings were scattered around a central clearing, and at the very back of the property, right where the trees thickened into dense forest, stood a full-sized house. I only went up to volunteer on weekends, Friday afternoon through Sunday evening, and our job was to keep the kids busy and cared for while their parents went off to their assigned adult activities. Workshops, counseling sessions, religious talks. Stuff we didn't really know much about and weren't involved in. The first weekend I went, I stuck with a group of other volunteers in one of the bigger cabins. We were paired off with different age groups of kids and rotated through games and snack times. It was easy, a little tiring, but nothing out of the ordinary. But the second time I went up, things were different. When we got there and were given our assignments, I was paired with 3 other girls I kind of knew from school, Jenna, Liv, and Marissa, and we were told we'd be taking care of 5 kids in the house. The only house on the whole site. It was the one I'd noticed the first weekend, but hadn't thought much about. Now that I was going to be staying in it, I realized how isolated it really was. The house sat on a slight hill at the very back edge of the property, right up against the tree line. There was a single floodlight on the porch, and beyond that, nothing but blackness and trees. The nearest cabin was about a 2-minute walk away, and at night it might as well have been 10 miles. When the staff told us where we were assigned, the other volunteers joked and teased us. "Oh, the haunted house," someone whispered with mock fear. Another one added, "Don't let the forest people get you." We all laughed, even though I felt my stomach twist a little. It wasn't that I believed in haunted houses or anything, but the way the porch light looked so small against all that dark, how the house seemed so quiet even in daylight. It made you feel just a little more alone than you should. The 4 of us walked up to the house with our backpacks and sleeping bags. Inside, it was surprisingly clean and well kept. A narrow staircase led up to the bedrooms, and the main floor had a small kitchen, a living room with an old TV and some couches, and a little dining area. The kids we'd be watching were already there. 2 girls and 3 boys, all between the ages of 4 and 7. Their parents had dropped them off and gone off to their scheduled activities, so we were on duty from the moment we arrived. The first couple hours flew by. We played games, colored pictures, set out snacks. The kids were a bit rowdy, but nothing we couldn't handle. Around 8:30, we got them into pajamas and upstairs for bedtime. 2 rooms were set up, one for the girls and one for the boys, and after reading a couple stories and checking to make sure no one needed water or a nightlight, we tiptoed back downstairs and finally got a break. We sat in the living room, exhausted but glad for the quiet. Someone had brought candy and soda, and we sat around the coffee table sharing stories and laughing about some of the things the kids had said. It felt cozy and normal, and for a while, I didn't even think about how far away we were from everyone else, or how deep and silent the woods were outside those walls. It was close to 10 when we first heard it, a soft crying sound from upstairs. It wasn't a scream, more of a pitiful, whimpering sob. We all paused and listened. "That's Oliver," I said. He was the youngest of the boys, and he'd clung to me all evening. I had helped him build a tower of blocks, and he'd insisted I sit next to him during snack time. I got up and started toward the stairs while the others followed behind, slower and quieter. The house had old wooden floors that creaked with every step. As I climbed, the crying got a little louder, though it wasn't frantic or panicked. I pushed open the boys' bedroom door and saw Oliver sitting up in bed, rubbing his eyes. He reached for me, and I picked him up. He buried his face into my shoulder, his little hands clutching at my shirt. I rocked him gently, humming a little tune. After a minute or 2, he stopped crying. His breathing slowed, and he dozed off in my arms. Jenna and Marissa peeked into the room. The other 2 boys were sound asleep, sprawled out and snoring softly. Everything seemed fine. Still, we figured we'd check on the girls too, just to be safe. We moved across the hall and opened the door to the girls' room. The nightlight in the corner cast a warm orange glow. Both beds had a tangle of blankets and stuffed animals. But something caught my eye immediately. The youngest girl, maybe 5 years old, was sitting bolt upright in her bed. Her head was turned toward us, her face pale and still. None of us said anything at first. I took a step closer. Her posture didn't move. She was just sitting there, perfectly still in the dim light. And then she turned her head toward us, slowly. Her lips barely moved, but the words were clear enough. "There's someone in the house." The silence that followed was absolute. Not one of us said a word. My chest tightened. I don't remember setting Oliver down, but somehow he was back in his bed. We all backed out of the room and hurried down the stairs. We didn't run, exactly, but we didn't walk either. By the time we got to the living room, we were in a tight cluster on the couch, all looking around the room like we expected something to jump out at us. No one was brave enough to go searching. We didn't grab a flashlight and check the closets or call out into the hallway. We just sat there, frozen, listening to every little sound the house made. And it made a lot. There were creaks from the roof, a thump from the porch. The wind brushed the side of the house just hard enough to make a branch tap against the siding. Each sound was a jolt. We sat in silence, not saying it out loud, but we were all thinking the same thing. What if she was right? I think what got me the most was how calm the little girl had been. She hadn't screamed or cried, just sat up like she'd been thinking about it for a while, and then said it out loud, like a fact. We didn't call anyone. The retreat site had walkie-talkies for emergencies, but none of us had grabbed one. And we weren't supposed to use our phones unless we were on break or needed help. Besides, the signal out there was garbage. So we sat there, stiff with fear, wide awake even as the hours crept by. Every little sound set us off. Once we heard a soft knock, 3 distinct taps on the back wall of the house. It could have been anything, maybe an animal or a tree branch, but it didn't feel like that. I remember Liv gripping my arm so tight I could feel her nails through my sleeve. We debated whether to wake the kids and leave the house, maybe walk them down to the main cabin. But we were afraid. What if someone was in the house? What if they were in the woods, watching? We'd have to walk down the path, no lights, with 5 sleepy kids in tow. So we stayed. At one point, I got up and checked the front door. It was locked. I checked the sliding door in the kitchen. Also locked. I pulled the curtain closed, but not before catching a glimpse of the trees swaying just past the edge of the porch light. All that darkness pressing and felt like it was staring back at me. Around midnight, things got quiet again. The wind settled. No more tapping. No creaks. We stayed awake until well past 2, huddled together on the floor with all the lights on. Eventually, one by one, we dozed off sitting up, too afraid to go back upstairs. In the morning, the light through the windows felt unreal, like it didn't belong to the same place we'd been in just a few hours earlier. Everything looked smaller and less threatening in the daylight. The kids came downstairs yawning and rubbing their eyes like it had been any other night. I don't know what that little girl saw, or thought she saw. We never found anyone in the house. Nothing was missing or out of place. The back door was still locked from the inside, and none of the windows were open. Maybe she dreamed it. Maybe she was half asleep and imagined something in the shadows. We didn't tell the camp staff what happened. We didn't want to seem dramatic or like we couldn't handle our assignment. But I never went back to that house again. After that weekend, I asked to stay in the main cabins whenever I volunteered. I didn't care if it meant dealing with more kids or longer hours. I still think about that night sometimes. Not because I believe there was someone out there, but because of how sure she sounded. She didn't say she thought there was someone. She knew. The most unsettling part wasn't the fear or the sounds. It was how our minds filled in the blanks. That long night in that quiet house showed me just how fast your brain can turn shadows into threats, how silence can feel loud, how even a whisper from a child can shake your sense of safety. But nothing ever happened. The morning came, the sun rose, and the kids ran around like nothing was wrong. No broken windows, no footprints in the mud, no signs of anyone else. Just a quiet house by the woods, and a memory that still makes my skin crawl. I was asleep in my bed, wrapped up in the thick warmth of my blanket. The room was silent, the only sound the rhythmic pulse of my breath as I drifted deeper into sleep. My room was dim, lit only by the soft glow of the streetlights filtering through the cracks in the blinds. I had no reason to be awake, no reason to feel anything but safe. But something felt off. I felt a warm, wet sensation run down my face. At first, I thought I was just sweating. Maybe I'd had a weird dream, but it didn't make sense. I wiped at my face, groggy and disoriented, and felt something that shouldn't have been there. It was thick, and the sensation lingered longer than it should have. My hand came away sticky. Still half asleep, I blinked and opened my eyes, trying to adjust to the darkness. That's when I saw it. A barrel. A cold, black barrel of a gun pressed right up against my eye. My heart slammed against my ribcage, the sleepiness completely gone in an instant. But for a split second, I just blinked, not sure what to make of it. My brain was still fuzzy, struggling to process what was happening. Was I dreaming? No, I couldn't be. The pressure on my temple was real, and it made my head spin. The smell of gunpowder was sharp in the air, the steel of the barrel gleaming in the dim light. And then, despite everything in my body telling me to panic, I just shrugged it off. I closed my eyes again and rolled over, still fighting the fogginess in my mind. Maybe I was just dreaming, or maybe it was a prank. A sick one, sure, but I didn't want to overthink it. I tried to sink back into sleep, the warmth of my blanket still cocooning me, but the reality hit me like a sledgehammer. Something hit me hard in the head. The blow was so sudden, so sharp, that I didn't even register it at first. My hand shot up instinctively to my forehead, and when I touched it, my fingers came away wet. Warm. Sticky. Blood. I sat up so fast my head spun. My heart pounded in my chest, and I was fully awake now. Wide awake. I opened my eyes again, blinking against the darkness, and saw him. A man, standing in front of me. He was fully clothed, but his face was hidden beneath a ski mask, just a slit for his eyes. His voice was low and rough when he shouted, "Get the fuck up now." I was dizzy, disoriented, blood dripping down my forehead, but my body obeyed. It had no choice. I stumbled out of bed, my heart racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. My head throbbed. The pain was sharp. I was barely aware of the fact that I was only wearing boxer briefs, standing there in front of a man holding a gun to my face. He didn't care. "Where's the money?" he barked at me, his voice clipped, demanding. I didn't even hesitate. I wasn't about to try and fight back. Not when he had a gun. I told him the truth, that I had money in my wallet. It wasn't much, but it was something. I started scrambling through the pile of laundry in the corner of my room, my mind racing, trying to think straight. The blood kept dripping down my face, getting into my eyes. I reached into the pocket of the jeans I'd worn earlier that day. My fingers brushed against the leather of my wallet, and I yanked it out with trembling hands. I didn't realize it at first, but along with the wallet, my switchblade fell out of the pocket and clattered to the floor. I froze for a second, but before I could even process it, I heard a piercing scream from the other room. Shryayak. My blood ran cold. It was my brother's girlfriend. What was she doing here? I cursed silently in my head. She was always over when I wasn't expecting it, and now it was a damn disaster. She had 2 kids with her, too. I couldn't. There was no way I could do what I was thinking. I had to think of something fast. I handed over my wallet. The man snatched it from me, but then something strange happened. He shouted something I couldn't quite catch, and suddenly, other voices echoed in the house. How many? I couldn't tell, but they were coming. More than one. It felt like they were everywhere. Panic crawled up my spine as they shoved me out of my room and into the living room. My brother was already there, staring at me, wide-eyed and terrified. He didn't say anything. I didn't think he could. I couldn't either. I counted 5 men in total, all armed, all with pistols. It was a bad scene, a nightmare. I didn't have time to think, didn't have time to fight. I was too exposed, too vulnerable. They pushed me to the ground without saying a word, their boots heavy on the hardwood floor as they surrounded me. For 5 minutes, it felt like time stopped. One of them had a gun pressed against my temple. The cold steel was so close, it felt like it was part of me. I could feel the heat from my own blood seeping down my face, mixing with the sweat. Every second felt like an eternity. My mind raced with everything I could do, every way I could escape, but I couldn't. I just lay there, paralyzed by fear, praying that I wouldn't be next. Every little sound seemed magnified, the ticking of the clock on the wall, the scrape of boots against the floor. And then, without warning, the gun lifted from my head. I dared to look up. I didn't know if I was imagining it or if I was hallucinating, but they were gone. The house was eerily quiet, and I couldn't believe it. I moved slowly, still trying to comprehend what just happened. The blood on my face was warm and sticky, my head still pounding. I scrambled to my feet, but the room was empty now. Not a sound, not a footstep. I blinked in confusion, trying to process what was going on. The fear that had paralyzed me started to give way to anger. Why had they left? Were they coming back? What if they were still hiding in the house? I ran into the kitchen, grabbed the machete I kept on top of the fridge, and bolted out the door. My bare feet hit the cold ground, the chill seeping into my skin, but I didn't care. I stood there in my front yard, the only sound my heartbeat thundering in my ears, my breath heavy from the adrenaline. My body was shaking, blood dripping down my forehead and soaking into the waistband of my boxer briefs. The machete felt solid in my hands, the weight grounding me in the chaos of the moment. But there was nothing. No sounds of running, no vehicles screeching away, no sirens. Nothing. The silence was deafening. My phone, the jar of change, my weed rolling kit, and even the half-pound of weed I had stashed away, they were all gone. Stolen. They'd taken it all. But more than that, they'd taken my sense of safety, my peace of mind. I stood there for what felt like hours, trying to make sense of everything that had happened. I couldn't stop shaking. The blood on my face dried, but the fear didn't fade. Not yet. I knew I needed to go back inside, call the cops, but I couldn't bring myself to move. The panic had locked me in place. I looked down at the machete in my hand, then back at the house. It had been a close call, too close. I finally turned and walked back inside, blood still dripping from my forehead. The house felt strange, too quiet, too empty. They were gone, but I knew this wasn't over. Not by a long shot. It was a night that I've never truly been able to forget. It happened 4 years ago, but even now, as I sit here typing, I can feel the weight of that moment pressing down on me. It wasn't just a bad dream. It wasn't just sleep paralysis. It was something different. I don't know what it was, but the terror I felt that night still haunts me. That night, I had been lying in bed, as usual, with the room dark and quiet except for the hum of the fan that sat on my bedside table. My eyes were heavy, and the world around me felt soft and warm, like I was drifting somewhere between sleep and wakefulness. I could hear the familiar sounds of the house settling, floorboards creaking, the occasional sigh of the air conditioning, and the faint murmur of my parents talking in the living room. I always felt comforted by those sounds, but on this particular night, that sense of security seemed to be slipping away from me. I don't know exactly when it started, but I felt a strange shift in the air. The room seemed to grow heavier, colder. The darkness felt thicker somehow, almost as if it had substance, like it was pressing in on me from every direction. That's when I noticed it, a small figure, a shadow, moving near the foot of my bed. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, or maybe the shadows cast by the tree outside the window, swaying in the breeze. But the figure moved in a way that didn't seem natural. It was too smooth, too deliberate. It wasn't a shadow made by the trees or anything else in the room. It was something else entirely. I could make out the shape of a child, small, hunched over, but somehow its movement was both quick and slow at the same time. It didn't seem to have a clear form. It was like a dark smudge in the air, just out of reach of my sight. As it inched closer to me, the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift, and I felt a coldness seep into my bones. The air became thick, almost suffocating. The more it approached, the harder it became for me to breathe. My chest tightened, as if an invisible weight was pressing down on me. My throat felt like it was closing, and I couldn't make a sound. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't scream. I wanted to call out for my mom or just cry out in fear, but nothing came. The only thing I could do was lay there, paralyzed, watching as the shadow drew nearer. I could feel its presence, hovering above me, so close that it felt like I was suffocating in its proximity. My heart was racing, and sweat began to bead on my forehead. It was like my body was locked in place, unable to react to the terror that flooded my senses. Every part of me screamed to move, to do something, but I was stuck, trapped in the nightmare. I don't know how long it lasted. It could have been seconds, or it could have been hours. Time didn't feel real in that moment. All I knew was that the closer the shadow got, the harder it became to breathe. The panic was overwhelming. I felt like I was going to pass out from the pressure in my chest. It felt like the shadow was going to consume me, to take away everything that I was, everything I knew. In a final surge of desperation, I summoned every ounce of energy I had left. I gathered my strength, and with one last push, I screamed. I don't know if it was a loud scream or just a silent cry in my mind, but it felt like I was fighting for my life, fighting for my breath. My body jerked upright, and I gasped for air, my lungs desperate for oxygen. I was awake. The room was the same as before, dark, quiet, and still. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I was drenched in sweat. I could feel the cold touch of the night air against my skin, and my breath came in short, frantic bursts. But there was no shadow, no figure, just the calm of the night. I didn't know if it had been a dream, but the fear that clung to me felt all too real. My mom heard me scream, and within seconds, she was at my side, her hand gently shaking my shoulder. "What happened? Are you okay?" she asked, her voice soft and full of concern. I tried to explain, but my words came out in gasps. I told her it was a bad dream, but even as I spoke, I knew it wasn't just a dream. It had felt too real, too terrifying. My mom, still half asleep, didn't question me too much. She gave me some water, and then, after a few comforting words, she helped me settle back into bed. But the darkness hadn't left. It lingered in the corners of my mind, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still in the room, waiting. I lay there, wide awake, listening to the sounds of the night, but nothing felt normal anymore. The house was still, and my mom had gone back to her room, but I couldn't bring myself to close my eyes again. I must have eventually fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, I woke up again, gasping for breath. This time, I was drenched in sweat, my entire body trembling. The fear was just as real as before, and I could feel that same weight on my chest. The shadow was back, closer now, right on top of me, suffocating me with its presence. I screamed again, my voice ragged with fear. My mom came rushing into the room once more, looking terrified. She sat beside me, holding me tight as I shook in her arms. "It's okay, sweetie. You're okay," she said softly, trying to soothe me, but I could see the worry in her eyes. She had never seen me like this before. My mom stayed with me that night, sleeping in my bed with me, keeping me close, her arms wrapped around me. I tried to convince myself that it was just a dream, that it couldn't be real. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but I felt like I was being watched, like I wasn't alone in that room. It was as if something was waiting for me to fall asleep again, to return to whatever dark corner it had come from. The next day, I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a bad nightmare. But the thing that really disturbed me was what happened after. I had been doing some research online, just a casual search, looking up ways to deal with bad dreams and night terrors. And that's when I read something that made my stomach drop. Dreams, I learned, don't continue from where they leave off after waking up. That's not how the mind works. People may have recurring dreams, but they're never exactly the same from one night to the next. The fact that my experience had repeated itself so vividly, so clearly, made me question everything. I talked to my parents about it, but they just shrugged it off. They said it was probably the result of watching too many horror shows before bed, that my mind had gotten too worked up. They even took away my access to those shows for a while. It made sense, I guess. I'd always been a fan of scary movies, and my mind could have just been playing tricks on me. But even then, I couldn't fully shake the feeling. There was something about that night, those moments when I couldn't breathe, when I was paralyzed with fear, that felt too real to just be a product of my imagination. Maybe it was sleep paralysis. Maybe it was just a bad dream. Or maybe, just maybe, it was something else entirely. Something I'd never understand. I've never had the same experience again. At least, not in the same way. But every now and then, when I'm lying in bed late at night, I'll feel a fleeting sense of unease. I'll feel like there's something in the room with me, just out of sight. The darkness seems a little thicker, the air a little heavier, and my heart races just a little faster. But I close my eyes, take a deep breath, and tell myself it was just a bad dream, just a trick of the mind. I'm not sure what happened that night, and I don't know if I'll ever have the answers. But what I do know is that whatever it was real to me in that moment. And every time I look back on it, I can't help but wonder if it was more than just a nightmare. It was a late summer evening when we all gathered for the family reunion. The air was warm, and the evening sky was painted with shades of orange and purple as the sun dipped below the horizon. The small ranch house we were staying at, about 30 miles from the nearest town, was filled with laughter and the clinking of glasses as the party stretched late into the night. We had eaten, drunk, and enjoyed ourselves, and as the clock inched closer to midnight, I started feeling the effects of the wine and the long day. My wife, too, was starting to feel the weight of the evening and suggested we head back to town instead of staying over at the house for the night. The drive back was quiet. My wife, Mary, had always preferred driving at night, especially in the quiet solitude of the desert roads that stretched out for miles. The headlights cut through the dark like a beacon, and the night sky seemed to stretch on forever, filled with stars. My friend Karen, who had been in the back seat, was already half asleep, tired from the day's festivities. The silence of the car was soothing, and the only sound was the low hum of the tires on the asphalt. We were about 10 miles into the drive when Mary nudged me gently. "Look," she said, her voice a little slurred, probably from the wine. "There's someone walking on the side of the road." I squinted through the windshield, trying to make out the figure in the distance. A man, tall and slim, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, was walking slowly along the road. He had the gait of someone who had been walking for a while, steady but not in a hurry. At first, I didn't think much of it. Out here, it wasn't unusual to see a lone person on the road, especially after dark. But Mary, ever the curious one, told me to pull over. "Are you sure?" I asked, glancing at her. "It's late, and we don't know who that is." She nodded, her eyes focused on the man. "He looks like he might need help. Maybe he's stranded or something. Just pull over." I hesitated, but eventually I slowed the truck and pulled to the side of the road. The tires crunched on the gravel, and the engine idled as Mary rolled down her window. The man, noticing us, turned and began walking toward the truck. I could see he was dressed like an old cowboy, worn boots, faded jeans, and a cowboy hat. His face was weathered, with deep lines from years in the sun, but his eyes were a bright blue, almost unnaturally so in the dark. He didn't smile, didn't say anything. He just walked up to the truck and stopped by the window. "Need a ride into town?" Mary asked, her voice friendly, but a little cautious. The cowboy didn't respond right away. He just looked at her, then at me, then back at her. He didn't seem to be in any particular rush, but after a long pause, he nodded slowly. "Sure," he said, his voice deep but soft. "I'll take a ride into town." I exchanged a glance with Mary, then shrugged. It wasn't unusual for folks to hitch rides out here, and he looked harmless enough. Karen, still half asleep in the back seat, barely stirred as we made room for the man to climb in. Once he was in, he didn't say anything else, just sat there quietly, his hands resting in his lap. His silence was strange, but I figured maybe he was just tired. The road stretched on, and we drove in the dark for a few miles, the occasional dip and rise of the road the only real movement in the landscape. Then, just as we were getting close to a small hill, the cowboy suddenly turned to us, his voice low. "Right here," he said, pointing ahead. I looked at Mary, unsure of what he meant. "Right here. But we're still a few miles from town," I said. But he just kept pointing, his finger insistent. "Right here. Stop." Mary looked at me, her brow furrowed, and I felt a strange chill creep up my spine. The man's tone wasn't threatening, but there was something about the way he said it that felt off. Still, I didn't argue. I slowed the truck to a stop and looked around, but the area was empty, just some scrub and a few distant hills in the dark. "Is this where you want to get out?" I asked, trying to mask the unease in my voice. The cowboy didn't say a word. He just opened the door and stepped out of the truck. We both stared at him, still unsure of what was going on. He didn't look back as he walked off into the dark, his figure soon swallowed up by the night. I started to say something, but before I could, Karen, who had been silent until now, suddenly screamed from the back seat. "What the hell is going on?" I looked up in shock, and Mary turned to me, her face pale. "Should we go after him?" she asked, her voice trembling. I felt a wave of uncertainty wash over me. "No," I said, shaking my head. "He's fine. Maybe he's got a house over the hill. There are a lot of ranches out here. Let's just go." We drove off, the unease still lingering in the air. The whole thing felt strange, but it was too late to dwell on it. As we cruised down the road, I tried to shake off the feeling, but something didn't sit right. We drove another 4 miles, the darkness pressing in on us, when suddenly I saw something in the distance. It was him, the cowboy. He was standing at the side of the road again, waving his arms, as if he was asking for another ride. My heart skipped a beat. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding slightly before coming to a stop. Mary's breath caught in her throat, and Karen, wide-eyed, turned to us in disbelief. "What the hell is going on? How is he there?" "We just dropped him off." I could see the cowboy clearly now, standing by the side of the road, his hands raised, as if beckoning us to stop. There was no mistaking it. It was the same man, the same worn cowboy clothes, the same hat, and the same intense, unblinking stare. "Just go," Mary whispered, her voice shaking. "Don't stop. Don't let him in." I didn't need to be told twice. I hit the gas and sped off, the sound of the engine roaring in the night as we raced down the dark road toward town. My pulse was racing, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. But when I dared to glance in the rearview mirror, there was nothing there. No sign of the cowboy, no shadow, nothing. We didn't stop again until we reached the lights of the town. By the time we pulled into the gas station, the tension in the truck was unbearable. We all sat there for a moment, still processing what had just happened. What the hell was that? Karen finally spoke, her voice barely a whisper. Mary was shaking her head. "I don't know, but I don't ever want to see that man again." I agreed. I was still trying to make sense of it all, trying to figure out if it was some kind of weird prank. But the whole thing felt too real to be a joke. There was no way we had imagined it. No way that man had just appeared on the side of the road, then reappeared again miles down the road. We didn't talk much on the rest of the drive home, the silence heavy with the weight of our thoughts. When we finally pulled into our driveway, I felt a strange sense of relief, but also a lingering unease. The whole experience left me feeling like something wasn't right, like we had narrowly avoided something I couldn't put into words. I never saw that cowboy again, and neither did Mary or Karen. But every time we drive out that way, I can't shake the feeling that maybe, just maybe, he's still out there somewhere, waiting on the side of the road, just as if he's always been there. I don't know if I've ever fully gotten over what happened to me when I was 8. The house was big, old, and strange, far enough outside the town that it felt isolated, but close enough for the school buses to come around. There was a sort of quiet emptiness about it, like it was never truly at peace. The walls creaked in the night, and the house seemed to shift and settle, like it was alive in its own weird way. I think even then, I could feel it. My brother and I were pretty close in age, but we went to different schools. The district was in the middle of a restructuring, and though we lived in the same neighborhood, we were placed in different grades with different buses. My brother, who was only a grade above me, had a different start time for school, so I was left to get ready by myself in the mornings, and I also got home first. That meant I had to make sure everything was locked up, and that the house was in order by the time my parents came home from work. It felt like a big responsibility for a kid, but I did it anyway. I was the one who had to check the doors, turn off the lights, and make sure everything was where it needed to be. One morning, as I was getting ready for school, I noticed that the basement door was slightly ajar, and the light was on inside. Now, the basement was one of those places that always gave me a weird feeling. It was dark, musty, and cluttered with old furniture and things we didn't use. The kind of place that was always a little colder than the rest of the house. I hated going down there, especially after the sun went down. But in the mornings, it wasn't so bad. I went over to the door and gave it a little push, closing it tightly and flicking off the light. It felt like just another thing to do, nothing too strange. When I came home that afternoon, I noticed the basement door was open again. The light was on once more. I figured I had just forgotten to lock it up properly when I left for school, so I went over to close it again. I was kind of in a rush, and part of me just wanted to get it over with. I didn't think much of it as I walked down the hallway and towards the stairs leading to the basement. The basement door stood at the top of the stairs, and there was a steep, narrow descent into the dark, with only a few dim light bulbs hanging from the ceiling. As I approached the top of the stairs, I noticed something. A figure, large, dark, and out of place, loomed at the bottom of the staircase, partially obscured by the shadows. It wasn't clear what it was, but it was definitely not supposed to be there. My heart slammed into my chest, and a wave of terror washed over me. I froze for a second, my breath catching in my throat, too stunned to scream. I could barely make out its shape, but there was something unmistakable about it. It was a man, or at least something that looked like one, standing completely still in the shadows. I could see the outline of a broad figure, tall and solid, but everything about it was wrong. The stillness of it was unnerving. I couldn't see its face, but I could feel its presence. It was like the air had shifted in a way that made everything feel heavy and wrong. A flood of panic hit me all at once. My hands shook as I turned and bolted, slamming the door shut with everything I had. My heart pounded in my chest as I shoved a stack of boxes against the door. not even caring what they were, just trying to keep whatever that thing was from getting through. I don't think I had ever moved so fast in my life. I don't even know how long I stayed there in the hallway, my back pressed against the door, eyes wide, breathing hard, but I was frozen in place, staring at the basement door, waiting for something, anything to happen. Eventually, I didn't know what to do. I couldn't go to my parents with this. I couldn't tell them what I had seen. They'd think I was imagining things. I was sure of it, so I kept it to myself. For months, I didn't say a word. The fear didn't go away. I couldn't stop thinking about it. The figure, standing motionless at the bottom of the stairs, was stuck in my mind. I kept wondering if it had been real or if it had been some sort of trick of the light, but deep down I knew what I saw. I just didn't have the courage to tell anyone. The next year passed, and life went on, but things in the house began to feel stranger. The shadows in the corners seemed darker, and there was a chill in the air that didn't feel natural. I tried to push the memories away, but they always crept back up. I just didn't tell anyone. After all, who would believe me? And even if they did, what could I do about it? It wasn't long after that, though, that something else started happening. Something that would explain what I had seen in the basement. It started slowly at first. Little things like small amounts of money going missing from wallets or the kitchen drawer where we kept spare change. At first, my mom thought maybe we were just losing track of things. Maybe one of us had spent a few bucks and forgotten. But it kept happening. Little by little, dollars disappeared. Never more than 60 or 70 at a time, but it added up. Eventually, my mom started asking around, trying to figure out who might be taking it. I don't think she ever suspected that it could be someone coming into the house. Not at first. One evening, after a few months of this strange, unsettling disappearance of small amounts of money, my mom and her boyfriend decided to walk around the house with flashlights to figure out how someone could have been getting in. It was one of those rare nights when the whole family was home, and we decided to do a sweep of the house. We checked every window, every door, every lock, and every possible entry point. It was then that we found it, the small hole in the side of the house, tucked just underneath the crawl space. It wasn't obvious at first. The hole was small, barely big enough for a person to fit through, but someone had clearly been using it to get inside. We followed the hole around to the back of the house, where we realized that it led directly into the basement. The basement, the place I had been avoiding for months. The place where I had seen that figure standing motionless in the shadows. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Someone had been coming into the house through that crawl space. Someone had been climbing through the hole in the side of the house and sneaking into the basement. I was horrified when I put the pieces together. I had been alone in the house at least once when he was there, when I had seen that shadowy figure at the bottom of the stairs. It made sense now. The movement I had seen, the stillness, the way the figure seemed to blend into the darkness. Whoever it was had been waiting, watching, perhaps even waiting for me to come down the stairs. I didn't know who it was, but I could feel the fear rising up in me again. The house wasn't just a place with odd creaks and strange feelings. It had been the hiding place for a stranger, someone who had been inside it without us knowing. The creep had been coming and going, hiding out in the basement, stealing small amounts of cash, all without us having any idea. I couldn't even begin to imagine what would have happened if I hadn't closed that basement door or shoved those boxes in front of it. Maybe he would have come upstairs. Maybe he would have done something worse. The thought of it still makes me sick to my stomach. We called the police, of course, but by then, the person had vanished. There was no real evidence of who it was or how long they had been sneaking in. We moved out of that house not long after. My mom and her boyfriend were freaked out, and the unease that had always lingered in the house became unbearable. We never found out who had been sneaking in, but I've always suspected that I wasn't the only one who had seen the strange figure in the basement. What still haunts me the most is the thought that I had been alone with him. I could have walked right into the basement while he was hiding there. I could have crossed paths with him in the dark, and no one would have known. I don't know what would have happened, and that, more than anything, still makes me feel sick when I think about it. I was living with my cousin at the time this happened. It wasn't anything particularly special at first, just a normal house in a normal neighborhood. There were a few odd things about it, but nothing that would make anyone immediately suspect something strange. We had a small group of friends who would come over every weekend, and we'd hang out, drink a few beers, and just chill. But things started to change one night. Something we couldn't explain, something that we'd try to forget, but never truly could. It all started one evening when we were hanging out with a couple of our friends. We were just sitting in the living room, talking about random stuff, and somehow the conversation turned toward the strange occurrences that had been happening in the house. To give you some context, there were a few weird things here and there, like the occasional sound of something dragging across the floor, or the light flickering without any apparent cause. But it wasn't until one of our friends, Greg, picked up the recliner to move it that we first realized we might not be alone. As Greg lifted the chair, we all heard it, a soft, distant cry of a child, muffled like it was coming from another room. It lasted only a few seconds, but was enough to stop us all dead in our tracks. No one said anything at first. We just stared at each other, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then, Greg set the chair back down, and just as suddenly as it started, we all heard a laugh. A child's laugh, clear as day. It echoed in the room, almost as if it was right beside us. None of us had kids, nor did anyone nearby have any kids that would be over at that time. It was just us. And after that moment, things started to get weird. It wasn't like there were obvious signs that a ghost was there, but every once in a while, we'd hear small noises. Footsteps in the hallway when no one was there. The sound of something faintly tapping on the walls in the dead of night. But we didn't really think much of it. We even laughed about it and started calling the entity Timmy, joking that it was some lost kid who was just hanging around the house. A few weeks later, it was a Friday night, and my cousin and I were sitting in the kitchen, drinking beers and chatting. We were just catching up, talking about random stuff, but eventually, the conversation turned back to Timmy. We hadn't heard from him in a while, and it honestly felt like the house had settled into this calm, almost normal routine again. There were no strange noises, no lights flickering. It felt peaceful. For some reason, though, we started to joke about it again. My cousin warned me to stop messing around with Timmy, but I was feeling a bit brave, or maybe stupid, so I decided to go ahead with it. I wanted to see if I could get a reaction. You know how it is with things like this. Sometimes you just want to push it to see if anything happens. So, I grabbed one of the beer bottles and set it down on its side. I leaned back in my chair, took a swig of my beer, and with a smirk, I said, "All right, Timmy, if you're real, spin this bottle." My cousin shot me a look, almost pleading for me to stop, but I just waved him off. Nothing happened at first, and we started to nervously laugh, like it was all just a stupid joke. Then, out of nowhere, something that none of us could have ever expected happened. The doors slammed. The front door, which had been locked and latched earlier that evening, flew open with a deafening bang. The bathroom door in the hallway slammed open too, followed by both of the bedroom doors in the back. It felt like the entire house had just been hit by some invisible force. It was sudden, loud, and unsettling. My cousin and I both froze. Our roommate, who had been lying on the couch watching TV, jumped up from the couch and leapt across the room without missing a beat. His eyes were wide, and he was looking around the room, completely startled, his heart clearly racing. I didn't even move for a second. I was just staring at the doors, watching them swing open and slam against the walls like they were being pushed by someone, or something, that was just waiting for us to provoke it. I felt a chill run down my spine, and my heart was thumping in my chest. We didn't say anything. We didn't have to. We both just knew what had happened. I looked over at my cousin. He was pale, his eyes wide. We both understood at that moment that whatever had been happening in that house wasn't some kind of joke. Timmy, whatever he was not something to be messed with. And we had just made the mistake of trying to challenge him. After that night, nothing else happened for a while, and life went back to normal, or at least as normal as it could be. But I never forgot that moment. The way the doors slammed open with such force, the eerie silence that followed, and that cold, unsettling feeling that seemed to hang in the air. It was like something had been awakened, something that had been dormant, but the message was clear: don't mess with Timmy. I never taunted him again. Neither did my cousin. We talked about it, sure, but it was always with a sort of quiet respect. We never brought him up casually again, and for the most part, we just tried to ignore the strange sounds that came from the house at night. But of course, the house had its way of reminding us. Every once in a while, we'd hear a child's laughter echoing down the hallway, faint but unmistakable. A soft cry, like someone calling for help, would sometimes drift through the walls. And though it never felt as intense as that one night, there was always this nagging feeling in the back of our minds that we weren't truly alone. Timmy was still there. Eventually, we moved out of the house. The landlord never mentioned anything about it, and neither did we. I think we were both just ready to leave it all behind. But every time I think back on that place, I can't shake the feeling that something's still there. Something we disturbed. Something we never fully understood. Looking back now, I can see it all so clearly. We had no idea what we were dealing with. We thought it was all a game, something to laugh about. But in that moment, when the doors slammed open all at once, I realized how wrong we had been. Whatever Timmy was, it wasn't something to take lightly. And that's why, to this day, I can't bring myself to mess with things like that. Whether it's ghosts or just the unknown, some things are better left alone. I can't say this is the most disturbing thing I've encountered in my life. I've seen things that are a normality of reality, grotesquely terrifying medical conditions, mutilated bodies, and all sorts of unpleasant things that make most people turn away. But what I'm about to share is, in its own strange way, the most unsettling encounter I've ever had. The catch: it likely happened in a dream. I say likely because it's not one of those dreams where you wake up with that sense of déjà vu, or the feeling that it was something that could actually happen in your waking life. My dreams are usually strange and disconnected from normality, otherworldly, unsettling, and never quite grounded in anything real. But this particular one, well, it lingered in my mind far longer than any other. It happened when I was living with my parents, staying in the basement of the house. The basement was divided into two sections, with a staircase in the middle separating them. The layout was simple. On one side, I had my room, tucked into a corner with my bed against the wall. Underneath the staircase was a small bathroom, barely big enough for the essentials. On the other side of the basement, there was the room where my computer was set up, along with my mom's sewing area, a collection of random junk, and attached to that, the furnace room. The furnace room, as you'd expect, was musty and always had that weird metallic smell that never seemed to leave the basement. It wasn't a big space, but it was enough to add an odd sort of feeling to the place, something that, looking back, I now associate with the unease that came over me in the dream. Now, I don't really remember the specifics of everything that led up to it, but what I do remember clearly is the figure I saw in the basement. It's been years, and it still haunts me in the most inexplicable way. The image is imprinted in my mind so clearly that I can almost visualize it now, even as I type this. The dream, or whatever it was, happened one night when I was lying in bed. The room was dimly lit, the way basements are, with just enough light from the old, flickering bulb in the hallway to cast shadows across the walls. I had my back to the room, but the view from my bed allowed me to see into the other half of the basement. I can't explain why, but I felt a shift in the atmosphere. Something was off. It was the kind of feeling that doesn't hit you all at once, but creeps in slowly, like the air itself had thickened. And then, from the corner of my eye, I saw movement. It wasn't fast, just a subtle shift that caught my attention. My eyes snapped towards it, and that's when I saw it. There, emerging from the furnace room, was a figure. It was naked, its skin an unnatural pale shade that made it look sickly. In fact, I could see its veins pulsing beneath the surface, which made the whole thing even worse. It wasn't just the paleness that was disturbing, though. It was the shape of it. The figure was gaunt, its body so thin that it almost looked like a skeleton draped in skin. Its limbs were long and spindly, the kind of limbs that looked like they would snap under the slightest pressure. Its stomach was oddly distended, like that of a severely malnourished child, bloated in the way you see in documentaries about extreme poverty. But it was its head that really stuck with me. It wasn't like anything I had ever seen before. It didn't have a face, not in the traditional sense. It had a head shaped like a pyramid, thin and sharp at the top, like something out of a horror movie. It reminded me of the pyramid head from Resident Evil, but much thinner, more elongated, and disturbingly real. There was something about it, something about the absence of a mouth or eyes, that made my stomach churn. I couldn't tell if it was staring at me, or if it even could, but I could feel its presence. It was as if it was poised, frozen in the act of coming closer, walking towards me. The way it stood there in my line of sight, just out of reach of the dim light, felt like a horrible premonition. I don't remember feeling fear at that moment, not in the way I usually would have. Instead, I just felt a strange, oppressive calm, like the world had paused and nothing else existed except for that thing. I could barely breathe. The air felt thick and suffocating, and my heart raced as I stared at it, frozen in place. Time seemed to stretch as I locked eyes. Or at least, I thought I was locking eyes, even though I wasn't sure if it had eyes at all. The sensation of being watched, of being studied by something so alien, so wrong, was overwhelming. I wanted to scream, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed. And then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. It didn't vanish in a blur or with any dramatic flourish. It simply disappeared. 1 second it was there, and the next, the basement was empty again. I didn't move for what felt like an eternity. I stayed there, staring at the spot where it had stood, waiting for it to return. But nothing happened. It was just quiet, too quiet. The buzzing in my ears, the tightness in my chest, the suffocating stillness, all remained, as though the dream itself had left me in a suspended state. But I didn't feel a sense of relief. I didn't feel any closure. I just felt unsettled. It wasn't the kind of dream where you wake up sweating, gasping for air, and feeling like something was wrong. It was the kind of dream that seeps into your mind long after you've woken up, the kind that lingers with you because you don't fully understand it. I remember a second occurrence, also vague and unclear, but much more physical. I was in bed again, and this time I felt disoriented, almost as if I were intoxicated. I couldn't focus properly. My vision was blurred, and I felt a strange pull, as though gravity itself was turning against me. My body was moving involuntarily, being pulled off the bed, and I had to scramble to keep myself there. My hands clawed at the sheets, desperate to hold on to something solid. There was a moment, though, when I managed to get back onto the bed, pulling the covers over me in a panic. As I lay there, I looked towards the same area, the other side of the basement, where I had seen the figure before. And that's when I saw something else, something even stranger. A stuffed Santa doll, which had belonged to my girlfriend at the time, was hovering slightly above the ground, floating as though it were held by invisible hands. It hovered for a moment, and then it flew towards me, as if it were being propelled by some unseen force. My first instinct was to curl into myself, to tuck my body into a tight ball and shield myself with the covers. Then I felt it. A buzzing sensation ran through my body, and for a split second, it felt as though invisible hands were tickling me, brushing against my skin in a way that made my hairs stand on end. I couldn't move. I couldn't react. My mind was racing, but I couldn't make sense of anything. And then, just as quickly as it had started, it stopped. The sensation faded. The Santa doll fell to the floor with a soft thud, and my phone began to ring. The sound of the ringing phone cut through the tension, and in that moment, I felt myself snap out of whatever state I had been in. I answered the phone, and I don't even remember who it was. I don't remember what they said. I just remember that after I hung up, I realized I had woken up. But not in the way that you normally do from a bad dream. This was different. I wasn't sure if what had just happened was a dream, or if it had been something more. The disorientation, the strange sensation of being both awake and asleep, it all left me feeling uneasy, like I had crossed some boundary I didn't understand. Looking back now, I can't say I ever felt truly uncomfortable in that house. Even after these strange occurrences, I never felt the paranoia or intense dread that I've experienced in other places. But there was something about it. The house wasn't normal, not by a long shot, and I can't shake the feeling that those occurrences were more than just random dreams or figments of my imagination. The basement still sticks with me, the layout, the shadows, the stillness. The feeling that there was something there, something just out of reach, waiting. Waiting for what? I don't know. But it's there, in the back of my mind, a part of me that can never quite forget. And maybe that's the most disturbing thing of all. It was one of those hot summer nights in Boston, the kind where the air feels thick, like it's pressing down on you, and everything feels a little too close. My friends and I had been at a party for a few hours, and honestly, the heat of the crowded apartment was starting to get to me. The music was loud, the people were all packed in together like sardines, and I could feel the sweat trickling down the back of my neck. I wasn't really enjoying it anymore. I needed to get some fresh air. My friend Sarah and I looked at each other, a silent agreement passing between us. We didn't have to say anything. We both knew exactly what we needed. We told the group we were heading outside for a bit to cool off and maybe catch a smoke. The others didn't care, lost in their own conversations and whatever they were doing. So we made our way out the back door into the cool night air. The terrace was small but perfect for what we needed. It was elevated, and the view was nice, overlooking the street and the buildings around us, with the occasional car passing by far below. It was quieter here, away from the noise of the party. We set down a bowl and started talking, the conversation flowing easily as we settled into the space, taking in the night and the slight breeze that was just enough to cool us off. As we sat there, I couldn't help but notice something across the street. There was a large building, a high-rise penthouse or something, and I was drawn to this one giant bay window, the kind you only see in expensive places. I wasn't sure what it was, but something about it caught my attention. I shifted in my seat, my eyes briefly lingering on the window. It was about 50 feet up, and from this angle, it looked like someone was standing right in front of it, leaning toward the window as though they were looking down at us. I didn't know why, but I got a weird feeling. I tried to shake it off. It was probably nothing. Maybe it was just the angle, the way the light hit it, or maybe the glass had some kind of reflection. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, so I went back to talking to Sarah. We continued with our usual banter, talking about everything and nothing. I glanced up at the window again a few times, but each time, the figure was still there, motionless, just staring down at us. Time passed, and the night stretched on. We laughed, took a few more puffs, and caught up. I almost forgot about the figure. But every once in a while, I'd glance up, and there it was, still standing in the same spot, leaning against the window, unmoving. The more I looked, the more unsettled I started to feel, like something about the situation was wrong. But every time I looked away and focused back on Sarah, I'd push the thought out of my mind. About an hour later, I looked up again, and that's when it hit me. The figure was still there. How long had it been? An hour? More? It hadn't moved an inch. It was still there, perfectly still, just staring down at us. I felt a chill run down my spine. I tried to tell myself I was overthinking it. It could have just been a person standing there. But the longer I stared, the more I started to question myself. I turned to Sarah, my voice a little quieter than usual. "Hey, that figure up there. It's still there, isn't it?" She looked over at the building, squinting as she tried to see what I was talking about. After a moment, she nodded slowly. "Yeah, I guess it is." We both just sat there for a few more moments, staring at the figure. I don't know why, but it felt wrong. There was something off about it. It wasn't just the fact that it hadn't moved. There was a heaviness to it, like it was more than just a person standing there. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel my heart rate pick up, a tightness in my chest. It was almost as if the figure was watching us too, like it knew we were staring back at it. "Maybe it's just a mannequin or something," Sarah said finally, trying to brush off the tension that had been building in the air. Her voice was casual, almost dismissive. The moment she said that, something happened. The figure, which had been still for over an hour, suddenly ducked down out of sight, disappearing from view. It wasn't a slow movement, like it was adjusting or shifting. No, it was quick, like it had been startled and had just ducked out of sight, almost like it had been caught. And that's when the chill really hit me, running straight down my spine. I wasn't sure what to think anymore. My skin felt cold, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I glanced at Sarah, and I could see that her face had gone pale too. Neither of us said anything for a moment, both of us processing what had just happened. It wasn't normal. It wasn't natural. Without a word, we stood up and walked quickly back to the door. I could feel the weight of the situation pressing on me, my skin still crawling from the unsettling feeling that had settled in my bones. As we stepped back into the apartment, I could hear the music and the noise of the party still blaring from inside. But the whole atmosphere felt different now, like the energy had shifted. It was like everything was just a little bit off, like there was something lurking just out of sight. We made our way back through the crowd, the noise and lights of the party now feeling distant and hollow. The chill from outside still hung in the air around me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following us. Every little sound made me jump. I felt exposed, like someone was watching, but when I turned, no one was there. Finally, we reached the door, and I pushed it open. The cool night air hit me again, and I felt a slight sense of relief. But that feeling didn't last long. As soon as we stepped out onto the street, I had this gnawing feeling at the back of my mind, like we weren't supposed to be walking away, like something was wrong. I couldn't explain it, but the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my stomach twisted. We walked in silence. The only sounds were our footsteps and the occasional car passing by. I kept glancing around, scanning the dark street for any sign of movement. Every time I heard a footstep behind us, I'd tense up, convinced someone was walking just a little too close. But each time I turned around, nothing was there. We kept walking, but the air felt thicker somehow, suffocating. By the time we reached the end of the block, I was so on edge that I almost expected someone to jump out at us from the shadows. But we kept walking, and by the time we made it back to our dorm, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over me. We made it inside, locked the door, and collapsed onto the couch. I couldn't stop thinking about what had happened on that terrace, about the figure that had been staring down at us from that window for so long, and the way it had vanished so suddenly. We didn't talk about it much, but we both knew it was there, lingering in the back of our minds. I couldn't explain it. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence, a trick of the light, or maybe it really had been someone watching us. Either way, I didn't feel safe that night, and I certainly didn't feel right. The next few days were strange. I found myself looking over my shoulder every time I walked outside. The unease never fully left me. The thought of that figure kept haunting me, the way it had been watching us, unmoving, and how it had disappeared the moment it was noticed. I didn't tell anyone else about it. There was no point in freaking people out for no reason. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we had been followed, that someone had been watching us the whole time. After a while, I tried to put it out of my mind, but I don't think I'll ever forget that feeling. The cold, the fear, and the certainty that something wasn't right. Even now, whenever I walk through Boston at night, I find myself glancing up at the tall buildings, just to make sure I'm not being watched again. And sometimes, when I'm outside, I can't help but look over my shoulder, feeling the weight of someone else's gaze on me. But when I think back to that night, the only thing I can be sure of is this. Whatever was in that window, whatever was watching us, it knew we were there. And it didn't want us to forget. It was one of those crisp, clear nights you don't forget. The kind where the air feels sharp and refreshing, and you can almost hear the earth holding its breath in anticipation. Halloween was just around the corner, but the night we saw something strange didn't have anything to do with the usual tricks or treats. No, this night had something far more unsettling. Something real. I was in 8th grade at the time, just about to turn 14. I had 3 good friends, Romerio, Joe, and Jason. We were your typical group of middle schoolers. Nothing too out of the ordinary, just trying to survive the chaos of adolescence. We'd been hanging out, as usual, and decided to grab pizza that night. It was around 10 o'clock or 10:30 p.m. when we started heading back to my house, which was a few blocks away from the high school. The high school was usually a ghost town after hours, and the surrounding area was always dark. The parking lots didn't have many streetlights, and the whole place just felt empty, silent, like it was holding its breath. We figured we'd cut through the school parking lot on our way home. It was the quickest route, and the moon was full, so it wasn't pitch black. We joked and laughed, talking about random stuff like we always did. But then Romerio stopped. I didn't really notice at first, but Joe and Jason did. Romerio had his eyes fixed on the sky, and there was something about the way he was staring that made us all pause. "What the hell is that?" he asked, his voice low, almost like he was trying to process what he was seeing. We all turned our heads up to look where he was staring, and that's when it hit us. There, high above us, was the brightest light I'd ever seen in my life. It wasn't like any star or plane. It was way too bright, blinding almost, and it didn't blink like an airplane light does. It was just steady, hovering. It wasn't a plane. It wasn't a helicopter. It didn't belong up there. Before any of us could say anything, Romerio bolted. I mean, he was gone, like full-on sprinting up the hill toward my house. His reaction was so fast that it didn't even register for a second. I stood there frozen, staring at the light, the weirdest knot forming in my stomach. Joe and Jason were just as shocked as I was, but after a second, we both took off after Romerio. We didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. We just ran. I never ran that fast in my life. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. We didn't even look back at the sky. We were too focused on getting to my house, thinking that maybe, just maybe, if we could get inside, we'd be safe. We finally made it to my house, and of course, the lights were all off. My parents weren't home. No surprise there. They were probably out doing their usual late-night errands. I fumbled with the door and shoved it open, almost knocking it off the hinges in my panic. We rushed inside, and I slammed the door shut behind us. My heart was still racing. and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Romerio had already been waiting on the porch, like he'd gotten there well before us. He didn't look scared, but he was breathing hard, like he had run the whole way without stopping. He wasn't talking, just standing there, staring at the door. I opened it and stepped inside. The house was eerily quiet. I could hear my own breath, shallow and uneven. The thing was, my house wasn't huge, but it had a weird layout. When you walked in the front door, there was a long hallway that led to the kitchen and living room, but right ahead of you, you could see my room. The door to my room was about 30 feet down the hall, but in that moment, it felt like a mile away. We all stood there in the entryway, staring down the hall, and that's when we saw it. I don't know how to explain it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but there was no denying it. There were two glowing eyes, bright, almost neon, staring at us from the dark doorway of my room. They were low to the ground, almost animal-like, but they were unmistakably eyes. The glow was unnatural, like nothing I'd ever seen before. They didn't blink. They didn't move. They just watched. My breath caught in my throat, and I felt a wave of coldness wash over me. Joe and Jason must have seen it too, because they immediately turned around, and without a word, we all booked it out of the house, slamming the door behind us. I don't think any of us said anything as we ran down the street toward Jason's house. It was like the whole thing was too weird to process, but we knew one thing for sure. We weren't staying there. We made it to Jason's house and stayed there for the rest of the night. None of us wanted to go back to my house. We didn't even want to talk about what happened. We just sat there in his room, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling, but it wasn't working. Something wasn't right. Something had happened that we couldn't explain. The next day, we didn't really talk about it either. It felt like the whole thing was too bizarre to bring up, and honestly, we didn't want to look crazy. But then, about 2 weeks later, I was walking home from Jason's house, and I saw it again. That same bright light streaked across the sky. It wasn't the same spot, but it was definitely the same kind of light. I didn't know what to think anymore. Was it a plane? A satellite? A helicopter? No, it didn't look like any of those things. The worst part, I wasn't the only one who saw it. A few other people I knew, random people from school, started talking about seeing something similar. Some said it was a UFO, some said it was a secret government project, and others just shrugged it off. But after what we saw that night, I couldn't just ignore it. To this day, I don't know what we saw. I don't know if it was aliens or some kind of military tech, but it stuck with me. The way the light looked, the way it just hung there, not moving in the way that planes or helicopters do. The way it made me feel. It wasn't something that belonged in the sky. And those eyes, those glowing eyes in my house, I can't get them out of my head. They weren't like any animal's eyes. They were too human, too wrong. It still creeps me out to think about it. Every now and then, when I'm walking at night, I'll look up at the sky, half expecting to see that light again. I know that sounds crazy, but I can't shake the feeling that whatever we saw that night is still out there. Maybe it's watching. Maybe it's waiting. I don't talk about it much. Hell, I barely talk about it at all. Most people won't believe me, but I know what I saw, and I know what we all saw. Even if nobody believes it, that night still sticks with me. That weird, intense feeling. The kind of fear you can't explain, but you feel in your bones. And I know I'll never forget it. The morning felt ordinary enough when I stepped outside, the sunlight already creeping through the trees and casting long shadows across the yard. It was just after 6:30 a.m., still early enough for the air to have that crisp, cool edge to it, even as the sun had begun to warm everything up. I was going out to take the garbage to the bins, just a normal task I'd done hundreds of times before. The moment I stepped outside, something felt off. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint immediately. At first, I thought it was just the quiet of early morning, maybe the stillness that comes with the sun barely risen and the world slowly coming to life. But the more I stood there, the more I realized that there was something unsettling about the silence. The usual hum of life wasn't there. There were no birds chirping, no insects buzzing around, and not a single rustling of leaves in the trees. Even the wind seemed to have disappeared. It wasn't that it was calm. Calm is the wrong word for it. It was more like everything had just stopped. It was a silence I've never experienced before. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, where everything just seems to pause for a moment. This was something else. It felt wrong. I was still holding the garbage bags in my hands, standing on the edge of the driveway, and at that point, I started to feel uneasy. I thought maybe I was just overthinking it, but the more I tried to ignore the silence, the more my mind kept circling back to it. There was something unnatural about it, like the world itself had been muffled, compressed. It was as if the sound had been turned down, and everything outside had been placed in some kind of soundproof box. I took a breath, and the air was crisp, fresh, with just the faintest scent of the grass from the lawn. I could hear myself breathe, but it wasn't like usual. My breathing was quieter than normal. Even the sound of my feet crunching on the gravel was muted. I felt like I had entered some strange pocket of silence, a place where sound itself didn't exist. It was such a bizarre feeling that for a second, I wondered if I was dreaming, or if I was somehow not fully awake yet. I carried the garbage bags to the bins, trying to shake the creeping unease from my mind. It wasn't helping that everything felt duller than it should. I dropped the trash into the bin with a soft, hollow thud, the sound more muted than I thought it would be. Even the cans in the recycling bins clanked together, but the noise came out as if I were hearing it from a distance, or like someone had turned the volume down on the world. As I stood there, it occurred to me that the usual background noise of distant cars from the highway wasn't there either. Normally, I could hear faint sounds of traffic, the occasional car zipping by on the road about a half-mile away. But there was nothing. The highway, which was never really silent, was completely gone. That was the final nail in the coffin of my creeping dread. It wasn't just quiet outside, it was empty. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe I hadn't fully woken up yet. Maybe I was losing my hearing, or something was wrong with my ears. I turned and went back inside, the door shutting behind me with a soft click. Inside the house, everything was as it should be. The normal sounds of a house waking up filled the space. I could hear the faint hum of the refrigerator, the soft buzzing of the ceiling fan, the clink of dishes being put away in the kitchen. There were no signs of hearing issues, just the usual morning sounds that made the house feel alive. But I couldn't shake the feeling from outside. I turned around and opened the door again, stepping back outside to see if the silence had changed. The same stillness greeted me. The air felt thick, almost stagnant, like time itself had slowed down. It didn't make sense. It was the middle of spring. Birds should have been chirping, the breeze should have been making the trees sway. But it was all gone, like the entire world had just stopped. I stayed outside for a few more minutes, just standing there. I looked at the trees, the grass, the sky, and yet it all felt distant, like it was all happening somewhere far away, and not where I was standing. I could hear myself breathing, but even that was quieter than it should have been. The world seemed to be on mute, like a movie paused mid-frame. I decided to finish taking care of the garbage, and tried to shake off the odd feeling that was growing stronger with each passing second. I grabbed a few empty cans from the recycling bins and tossed them into the garbage. Each clink was muffled, as if the sound were being swallowed up by something unseen. As I stood there, something about the air itself started to feel heavy. I couldn't explain why. There was nothing different about the weather or the temperature, but the weight of the silence pressed down on me. It was when I was standing there, looking out over the yard, that something in the air shifted. It was almost imperceptible at first, just the slightest change in the temperature, a slight stirring in the air. I held my breath, waiting for something, anything, to break the silence. And then, out of nowhere, it was like the world exploded back into life. The wind kicked up suddenly, rustling the trees and causing the grass to sway. Birds started calling out from the trees, a sudden cacophony of chirps and songs filling the air. The hum of the distant highway returned, soft at first, but then gradually growing louder as the normal sounds of the world snapped back into place. Insects started buzzing around, their noise adding to the symphony of nature that had been absent just a moment before. It was like someone had flicked a switch, and the entire world started moving again. I stood there, frozen for a second, watching the shift happen. The air no longer felt heavy or still. The breeze was cooler now, a soft gust that ruffled the leaves of the trees and filled the air with the scent of grass and dirt. The sound of cars on the distant highway was suddenly clear again, and I could hear the buzz of bees in the flowers nearby. I took a deep breath, feeling the world come back to life around me. I had no idea what had just happened. It was as if I had stepped into some kind of void, a place where everything had been muted or paused for just a few minutes, only to return to normal as abruptly as it had gone silent. I couldn't explain it. The feeling of being surrounded by nothing but silence still hung in the back of my mind. I thought about it all day, about how strange it had felt, how unnatural it had been. I wondered if anyone else had experienced something like that, or if I had just imagined it all. But it wasn't just in my head. I knew what I'd felt, what I'd heard, or more accurately, what I hadn't heard. That empty silence was real, and the way the world had come back to life after it was just as real. To this day, I still don't know what happened that morning. I haven't experienced anything like it again, and I haven't heard anyone else mention anything similar. But I can't forget how the world felt when everything stopped, how the silence stretched out unbroken, like it was holding its breath. It wasn't peaceful. It wasn't natural. It was just wrong. I'm not sure what it was. Maybe it was something in the atmosphere, something to do with the weather or the environment that I didn't understand. Or maybe it was something else, something I'll never be able to explain. But whatever it was, I'll never forget that moment when the world seemed to die for a few minutes, only to come rushing back to life in an instant. That morning, for just a little while, the world had felt like it had gone completely quiet, and I had no idea why. It was a summer day, and the sun was hanging low in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. The air was warm, thick with the scent of freshly cut grass and the faint smell of food drifting from the house. My dad had rented a room just down the street from our house for the funeral services of my grandmother, someone I'd never met. It wasn't a big deal to me. She had passed away, and though I'd seen pictures of her and talked to her on the phone a few times, it didn't affect me the way it seemed to affect everyone else. Still, the funeral felt like a family gathering more than anything else. My cousins were there, and that was always fun. They were my age or older, and we spent a lot of time together when they came to visit. One of my cousins, Jake, was my favorite. He was 2 years older than me, always smart and always in control of situations. He knew how to talk to people, and he was the one who could get things done. We'd always hang out and find things to do, no matter how boring the day seemed. We were sitting on the front steps of our house, watching cars drive by and joking around when a car pulled up in front of our yard. I noticed the driver immediately because he wasn't someone I recognized. He was in his late 20s, maybe early 30s, with scruffy hair and a tired look in his eyes. He looked like he had been driving for a long time. He rolled down the window and asked, "Hey, can you tell me where the funeral room is?" At first, I wasn't sure how to respond. I'd never seen this guy before, and he was clearly asking for directions to a place I had been to only a few times. I didn't think much of it at the time. Maybe he was a friend of my dad's that I hadn't met yet. "Yeah, just drive up the street," I said, pointing in the direction of the street where the rented room was. "Take a left, then another left, and you'll be there." He didn't seem convinced. "I don't think I'll find it," he said, scratching his chin as if thinking it over. "Why don't you come with me? You can show me where it is." Now, at that point, I should have known better. I should have been more cautious, more aware of the fact that I didn't know this guy. But for some reason, I didn't really think it through. Maybe it was because I had never been told not to get into a stranger's car in that exact moment. My parents had always been cautious, but at 11 years old, I didn't fully grasp the seriousness of the situation. So without much thought, I said, "Sure." I waved to Jake, who was still sitting on the steps, and he called my name. "What are you doing?" he asked, clearly confused. I just waved back and shrugged. I thought nothing of it. It seemed like a simple enough task. I'd be back in a minute. He probably thought I was just helping out. Jake looked like he was going to say something else, but then he quickly ran inside. I didn't really care at the time. After all, this guy seemed fine, and my dad had a lot of close friends who I'd never met before. They were probably all friendly, right? The moment I slid into the passenger seat, though, I got this odd feeling in my stomach. Something felt off. It wasn't immediate. At first, I thought it was just the fact that I didn't know this person. But as the car pulled away, the reality of what I had just done started to sink in. I was in a car with a stranger. I wasn't sure where he was going, and I had no way of knowing if he was really heading to the funeral room or if he had something else in mind. We started driving. The streets passed by, familiar but distant. The unease in my stomach grew. I remember my fingers tapping nervously against the window, staring out at the world passing by. It wasn't until we were halfway up the road that I realized how stupid I had been. What if he didn't actually know where he was going? What if he had other plans? My mind started racing. I told myself that if he didn't make the left turn I had directed him to, I'd open the door and jump out. I didn't care if I had to run. I would find my way back. I didn't know where this road was taking me, but I could feel my body tensing up. Every second seemed to drag on longer than it should have. My heart started pounding, and I remember staring at the door handle, my hand poised just above it. If he didn't make that left, I would have to get out. But I couldn't tell if I was being paranoid or if something was actually wrong. As we neared the intersection, I watched the road ahead. I was ready to act. He was approaching the turn. The car slowed, and I instinctively gripped the door handle harder, trying to prepare myself for whatever might happen next. He was going to keep driving, wasn't he? What if he was going to turn somewhere else and take me to a place where no one would ever find me? Then he made the turn. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. The relief was instant. He made the turn, and we were headed toward the rented room. I could see the familiar building up ahead. For a second, I just sat there, processing what had just happened. I had gotten into a stranger's car. I had no idea why, and now I was just about to go home. The car pulled into the parking area in front of the funeral room, and the driver turned off the engine. He didn't say anything, and neither did I. I didn't know how to respond to him. My stomach was still in knots, but I didn't want to show any fear. I just opened the door and got out of the car. Without looking back, I walked home. I didn't tell anyone what had happened. Not because I didn't want to, but because I knew they'd never let me live it down. If I told my older brother, he'd yell at me for being so stupid. My sister would probably call me a world-class moron. My parents, they would never trust me again. I could already hear the disappointment in their voices, so I kept it to myself. And even as I walked back home, I didn't fully understand just how dangerous what I had done was. I knew it wasn't smart, but I didn't realize how much worse it could have gotten. Looking back, I'm grateful it didn't end in disaster. I've thought about that day a lot, especially as I got older. It's one of those things that sticks with you. The moment I learned not to trust strangers, not to let my guard down, not to get in someone's car just because they seemed nice. I learned my lesson the hard way, and I won't ever make that mistake again. It was about 4 years ago, a day like any other. My sister and I had just gotten home from school, around 2:30 p.m. We were in high school at the time, so the school day had ended, and we were ready to relax for the afternoon. The house was quiet when we walked through the front door, the kind of quiet you get when there's no one around yet. Our mom was still at work, so it was just the two of us. We dropped our backpacks by the door and made our way through the breezeway. The breezeway connected the garage to the house, and you had to pass through it to get inside. As we stepped out into it, we both noticed something strange right away. There was a large cardboard box sitting right there, just outside the door, partially hidden behind a plant. It was big, probably 3 feet long, and the tape was barely holding it together. There was no return address on it, nothing identifying where it had come from. But the most unusual part was the name on the box. It was addressed to someone we didn't recognize. The name didn't even sound familiar, and the address listed was nowhere near ours. If it had been for a neighbor, I would have just walked it over, but this didn't seem to fit at all. I bent down to try and lift the box, but it was heavy, too heavy to manage on my own. My sister tried as well, but neither of us could get it off the ground. I remember how odd it felt, struggling with it, feeling the weight shift awkwardly under my hands. Neither of us knew what to do with it. It didn't belong to us, and we didn't want to open it without knowing what was inside. "Let's just leave it there," I said, glancing over at my sister. She nodded, looking just as confused and uneasy as I felt. We decided to wait for Mom to come home. Surely, she would know what to do, or at least recognize the name and address on the box. Until then, we went inside, tried to put it out of our minds, and went about our usual after-school routine. We sat down at the kitchen table and did some homework, but neither of us could concentrate. The box was still on our minds. Maybe half an hour later, we heard the sound of a car pulling up in the driveway. I peered out the window, expecting to see our mom's car. Instead, I saw a blue truck pulling up slowly, the engine rumbling quietly as it came to a stop. I didn't recognize the truck, and I didn't recognize the man who stepped out of it either. He was average looking, maybe in his late 30s, early 40s. He had a bit of a rough appearance to him, wearing a worn-out baseball cap and a faded jacket, his jeans a bit scuffed at the knees. The man didn't hesitate. He walked straight up to our front door, no pause, no knocking. At first, I thought maybe he was lost or had the wrong address, but then he did something that made my stomach turn. Without saying a word, he reached down, grabbed the box we'd left in the breezeway, and without looking back, just casually walked back to his truck. My sister and I froze. We just stood there, staring, watching him. He didn't even look at us, didn't acknowledge our presence at all. He didn't knock, didn't ask if we knew anything about the package. He just took it. I'm not sure how to explain it, but something about the way he did it felt wrong. He wasn't in a hurry, but there was a coldness to his movements, like he was doing exactly what he came here to do, and nothing else mattered. The whole situation felt off. My heart was pounding in my chest as I watched him open the bed of the truck and drop the box in, just like it was any ordinary package he was delivering. Once the box was in the truck, he climbed into the cab and started the engine. My sister and I stood frozen by the window, barely able to move as the blue truck slowly pulled away. He didn't wave or say a word. He just drove off, disappearing down the road. We stood there for a few minutes after he left, neither of us speaking. My mind was racing with 1,000 questions. Who was that guy? Why did he take the box? Why did it feel like we had just witnessed something we weren't supposed to see? It didn't make any sense. We had never seen that man before, and that box definitely wasn't for him. "I don't like this," my sister whispered, her voice trembling a little. I could hear it in her voice. She was scared. And I was too. It wasn't like we were used to having strange people show up at our house, especially people who acted so strange. The minutes dragged by. We were both waiting for our mom to get home, hoping she would have some kind of explanation for all of this. I kept replaying what had happened in my mind, trying to make sense of it. Why had he just come and taken the box? And why had he acted so casual about it, like it was nothing out of the ordinary? When our mom finally got home, we rushed to meet her at the door, both of us talking over each other, trying to explain what had just happened. We told her about the box, how we had tried to move it but couldn't, how we had waited for her, and then how the man came and took it. Mom was calm when she heard the story, but there was a certain tightness to her expression that we hadn't seen before. She didn't ask a lot of questions, but she told us to stay inside while she went out to the breezeway to check for herself. We watched her through the window as she walked out, looking around the yard. She walked toward the spot where the box had been, but when she got there, her face went pale. There was nothing there. No box. No sign that it had even been there. It was like the whole thing had disappeared. Mom stood there for a moment, looking confused, and then she turned and walked back inside. Her footsteps were heavy, and when she opened the door, I could tell something was wrong. "There's nothing there," she said, her voice low, almost like she was talking to herself. "The box is gone, and there's no sign of anything ever being there." My sister and I exchanged worried glances. It didn't make any sense. It was like the box had never existed, but we knew it had. We had seen it with our own eyes. "I'm going to call the police," Mom said after a long pause. "This isn't normal. We need to find out who that man was and why he took the box." She made the call, and soon enough, the police were on their way to investigate. They asked a lot of questions, but none of them seemed to have any answers. No one could figure out where the man had gone or why he had taken the box. The truck didn't have any identifying features, and there were no cameras on the property to capture what had happened. The only thing that remained was the unsettling feeling that something wasn't right. The police did a search of the neighborhood, but they didn't find anything unusual. No one recognized the man, and no one had seen him before. After a while, they gave up and left, telling us to keep an eye out and report anything else strange if it happened. But for the rest of the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. My sister and I stayed inside, and Mom tried to act normal, but none of us felt normal. The whole situation just didn't sit right. We kept thinking about the man, the way he just walked in, took the box, and left. It was like he knew exactly what he was doing. He didn't care that we saw him, didn't care that we were confused or scared. He just did what he came to do and left without a second thought. That night, we all went to bed uneasy. The house felt different somehow. Every little noise seemed amplified, every shadow felt darker. The world outside our door seemed bigger and more unpredictable. We stayed locked inside, unsure of what to do next. The next day, everything seemed to return to normal, but we never stopped thinking about that box. It felt like we were all holding our breath, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing ever did. As time went on, we slowly pushed the memory of the strange man and the box to the back of our minds, trying to move on. But deep down, I knew we'd never forget that day. We would never know who the man was or why he took the box. And that thought, that lingering uncertainty, would stay with me for a long time. There was something unsettling about it, something I couldn't shake. The fear wasn't just about the box. It was about the fact that someone had come into our lives, taken something that didn't belong to them, and disappeared as quickly as they had arrived. I still remember the terror to this day, and I'm about to be 30. I'm not sure if I'll ever shake it off. It all started so long ago, but the memories are still vivid. Since I can remember, I've had horrible night terrors. I'm talking about the kind that gnaw at you long after you wake up, the kind that makes you feel like something's always lurking just beyond your reach, waiting for the moment to strike. When I was little, it began as something simple, or at least, that's how I saw it at the time. They were always right outside my room, just out of sight. My room was at the far end of the hallway in our old house, down a narrow, dimly lit corridor. I couldn't see them, but I knew they were there. I could feel their presence, a sort of oppressive weight that filled the air, like it was thick and heavy, and you couldn't breathe without tasting it. If I didn't get to safety fast enough, if I didn't run down the hall and into my parents' room, them getting me felt like an absolute certainty. At first, I didn't even know who they were. I don't remember them ever speaking to me directly. It wasn't their words that haunted me, but their presence, the whispers that slithered through the walls. I felt like they were watching me all the time, even when I was trying to sleep. I thought if I stayed perfectly still, if I stayed silent and didn't let a single breath escape, maybe they wouldn't find me. But they always did. My first memory of them goes back to when I was 3 years old, barely old enough to understand the world. I don't know how or why, but I was awake in my crib, staring at the shadows in the corner of my room. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew they were there. I could feel the weight of their eyes on me, like invisible fingers pressing down on my chest, squeezing the air out of my lungs. I didn't know what to do, so I cried. I cried until I couldn't anymore. Somehow, I found the courage to slip out of bed and scramble to my parents' room. I'd curl up next to their bed, trying to drown out the whispers and the feeling of being watched. I'd always think that if I just stayed close enough to them, if I kept quiet and didn't let them know I was scared, maybe I'd be safe. But I never was. They'd follow me there too. I'm sure my parents thought it was just normal childhood fear. Who didn't wake up at night afraid of the dark? Who didn't imagine monsters in the shadows? But it wasn't like that. This was something different. It was real. It always felt real. As I got older, I didn't know how to explain it, and I guess I stopped trying. But the fear never really went away. I remember when I was about 7, I started playing outside more. We lived near a park, so I'd ride my bike down there almost every day. It was supposed to be a place to have fun, a place to escape from the house for a little while, but it wasn't. I'd be riding along, my mind clear and happy, when it would happen again. It was always the same. I'd be focused on something, maybe a street light in the distance or the way the trees moved in the wind, and then I'd hear it. The whispers, the voices. It was like they came from nowhere and everywhere at the same time. It started out faint, like a background hum, but it always grew louder. At first, it was just words that didn't make any sense. But then it changed. The whispers became demands, sharp and cutting, telling me to do things I couldn't even comprehend. Things that terrified me. Things I'd never want to think about doing. I would be on my bike, and it would just come over me, like a cloud of dread I couldn't escape. It wasn't just the words, though. It was the way it felt. Like someone was standing right behind me, breathing down my neck, watching me, waiting for me to act. The air would grow colder, and my heart would start pounding. My hands would get clammy on the handlebars. I'd feel like I couldn't breathe, and yet somehow, I knew I had to keep riding. I couldn't stop, not while I felt them there. I had to get away, but they were always just behind me, always right there. The strangest part was that it never really left. It would follow me home, like some kind of shadow that clung to me. I'd get to the front door, but when I stepped inside, I felt it again. The whispers through the walls, the breath on my neck. It would always come back. When I was in bed that night, curled up under my covers, I would cry, feeling them there, even though they weren't in my room. I remember the comfort of my dad's voice when he came in to check on me, his hand rubbing my back as he tried to calm me down. But I could never explain it. I couldn't say, "Dad, they're here again." I couldn't explain how it felt like something was listening to me, watching me, even when I was alone. But he'd tell me everything was fine. He'd tell me I was safe. But it never felt like I was. As I got older, the night terrors became less frequent, but they never really went away. They just evolved. The fears started to blur with the real world. I went through high school and into adulthood, but I always had that gnawing feeling, like something was still lurking in the background, waiting. When I was about 25, it came crashing back, stronger than before. I had just moved to a cabin in the woods. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I wanted to escape the noise of the city, to live somewhere peaceful, somewhere quiet. I didn't think it would bring everything back, but it did. The first few nights were fine. I enjoyed the solitude, the silence of the trees. But then something changed. I'd be lying in bed, and I'd hear it again, the whispers. They were faint at first, like they had never left, just hiding in the corners of my mind, waiting for the right moment to come back. I tried to brush it off. It's just the wind, I told myself. It's just my imagination. But it wasn't. It never was. It was the same feeling, the same weight pressing down on my chest, the same terror creeping up my spine. And then came the thoughts, the voices telling me things, telling me to hurt people, to do things I couldn't even begin to understand. It wasn't me thinking these things. It wasn't my mind. I could feel it inside me, urging me to do terrible things. And then, the feeling of being watched came back. It was like there was something in the woods, something waiting, something that knew everything about me. I would be outside, walking to my car or gathering wood, and I'd feel it, like eyes were on me, hidden behind the trees. I'd hurry back inside, heart racing, but it wouldn't stop. It never stopped. I don't know what it was. I don't know if I'll ever understand. But living in the woods didn't make it better. It made it worse. I still feel it. I still feel them. And no matter how much I try to convince myself it's all in my head, I know it isn't. There's something out there, something in the woods, something that watches me. Now, I don't know if it's a product of my childhood nightmares or something darker that I don't want to admit. Maybe it's just the isolation getting to me. But I'm still scared. I'm scared that one day, it'll all catch up to me. I feel like I'm being hunted, not by any person or creature, but by something I can't even describe. Something in the shadows, something I can't outrun, no matter how fast I run. I've tried to ignore it, to push it out of my mind, but it's always there. And it feels like it's getting closer. It's been years since I moved to the woods, but I still hear it. I still feel them. And I don't know how much longer I can live like this. But I don't think I'll ever be free of it. Maybe I'll never understand what it is, but one thing is certain. The terror isn't just in my mind. It's real. And I know it's out there, waiting for the right moment to strike. This happened last summer, and even though it's been almost a year, I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. It was one of those weeks when my wife had to travel for her job. She'd just taken a new position up north, and every Monday she'd drive up and stay until Thursday or Friday. We had a decent little apartment on the second floor of a quiet complex. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom, small kitchen, and a little living room with a balcony that overlooked the parking lot. I worked from home most days, so I was used to being alone during the week. It never really bothered me. If anything, it was a nice break sometimes, a chance to enjoy the quiet, stay up late, and do what I wanted. That night I wasn't doing anything special. I had made myself a simple dinner. I think it was frozen pizza and a beer. And I sat on the couch flipping through Netflix until I landed on Bad Boys 2. I'd seen it before, but it was one of those easy-to-watch, loud, ridiculous action movies that filled the silence. The movie ended pretty late, around 1 a.m. or so. I turned the TV off and checked my phone. No texts, no missed calls. I sent my wife a goodnight message, brushed my teeth, filled a cup with water, and set it on the dresser next to the bed like I usually did. It was a hot night, even with the ceiling fan spinning. The AC wasn't great in our place, and the air felt thick, almost sticky, like when it rains after a humid day, but it doesn't cool anything down. I laid down on my stomach with the sheet bunched up under me. I remember being tired, not exhausted, just that slow drift where your body starts to feel heavier, and your thoughts start to jumble together. I wasn't fully asleep yet. I was right on the edge, that weird space where you're still aware of everything, but your body is starting to shut down. I had my head turned to the side, facing the wall. The light from the hallway nightlight was faint, casting just enough of a glow under the door for me to make out the outline of things in the room if I opened my eyes. But I didn't open them. I was sinking, melting into the mattress, almost gone. And then I heard it, the soft click of the bedroom door opening. At first, it didn't register. I thought maybe I imagined it, a part of a dream bleeding in. But then I heard it again, clearer this time, the slow, quiet creak of the door moving. It was unmistakable. I felt my stomach drop. My eyes shot open, but my body didn't move. I was still on my stomach, frozen. I strained to turn my head toward the sound. That's when I saw the face. It was peeking around the edge of the door, just enough that I could see the outline of a head and a face. But it wasn't right. It wasn't human. The features were twisted. The skin looked pale and tight, like it was stretched too thin. And the mouth, that smile, was too wide, like it had been cut into the face. The corners of the mouth were curled up unnaturally, teeth too big and too many, and the eyes were black, or maybe just hollow. It didn't say anything. It didn't move. It just stared at me like it was watching me sleep, like it had been waiting for me to notice. I remember my brain trying to catch up, trying to make sense of it. My heart started hammering in my chest. I wanted to scream, and somehow I did. It came out loud and ragged. What the fuck? But my voice sounded distant, like I was yelling through a tunnel. That's when my body kicked in. All at once, like my nervous system short-circuited and rebooted. Every muscle in my back tensed up and my legs jerked. I spasmed so violently that I flung myself sideways off the bed. I remember the feeling of weightlessness for a split second, then the solid, sharp smack of my body hitting the side of the dresser. There was a cup of water sitting on it, and when I hit the dresser, it tipped and spilled. The cold water splashed across my back and shoulders and ran down my chest. And then I was awake, fully awake. I bolted upright, gasping. My heart was pounding so hard it hurt. My shirt was soaked and clinging to me. I could still feel the stinging in my thigh where I'd hit the corner of the dresser. Without thinking, I reached for the nightstand, grabbed my pistol, and clicked on the tactical light mounted underneath the barrel. The whole room lit up in a bright cone. My hand was shaking as I swept the room, side to side. The door was closed, completely shut. I hadn't heard it close. There was no sign of anyone, no shadow, no sound, nothing. I sat there for a moment, breathing hard, trying to figure out what had just happened. My heart wouldn't slow down. My brain was still firing off alarms. I got out of bed, pistol still in hand, and checked the whole apartment. Every room, bathroom, kitchen, living room. The front door was locked. The windows were closed. There was nothing. Nobody. No way in. Nothing out of place except me and the mess I'd made. Back in the bedroom, I turned the light on fully. I noticed the drawer on the dresser where I'd hid it was busted. One of the drawer fronts had been completely ripped off, just hanging there by a splintered piece of wood. I stared at it, almost in disbelief. I touched it, and the whole thing came off in my hand, snapped right in half. I looked down and saw a thin, angry-looking cut on the underside of my thigh, right where the soft part meets the top of the leg. It wasn't bleeding badly, but it burned like hell. I sat on the edge of the bed, wiping at the water on my chest with the sheet, trying to calm myself down. It felt so real. Every part of it. The sound of the door. The face. The weightlessness as I flew off the bed. The cold water. The pain. I knew I hadn't imagined all of that. But I also knew that nothing had come into the room. There was no way it could have been real. The only thing that made sense was that it was some kind of sleep episode. I'd never had one before. Never sleepwalked. Never had sleep paralysis. Nothing like that. The next morning, I spent hours looking into it. I didn't get much sleep after the incident. Maybe an hour or two. I sat on the couch with coffee and started reading. That's when I found out about night terrors. How your brain can basically flip into this half-awake, half-dreaming state where your body reacts like you're in danger, even if you're not. I read stories about people punching walls, diving off beds, even running into the street because they thought they were being attacked in their sleep. Some people saw shapes or figures. Some just heard sounds. Some screamed themselves awake. It made sense. I'd been laying on my stomach, a position where people sometimes experience sleep paralysis. I'd felt the shift between awake and asleep. The water must have woken me fully, just as I was convulsing in panic. My body had acted out what my brain thought was happening. And the face, just a hallucination. A terrifying one, but not real. Still, it stuck with me. Over the next week, I couldn't sleep right. Every sound made me jump. I kept the pistol closer. I checked the doors twice before bed. I didn't watch anything intense before sleeping. I started using white noise on my phone to drown out the silence. I even moved a dresser in front of the bedroom door a few nights, which I'm not proud of. It felt stupid, but I couldn't help it. Every time I laid down, I'd picture that grin, those hollow eyes. Fixing the drawer was its own task. I tried with glue at first, but it was too busted. I ended up pulling the whole drawer out and swapping it with the one below it. They weren't exactly the same size, so it sat funny, but it worked well enough. I still have the broken drawer front in the closet. I meant to throw it out, but I never did. Every time I hold it, I feel the weight of that night again. My wife came home that Thursday. I didn't tell her right away. She noticed the cut on my leg, and I made up some excuse about bumping into the coffee table. A few days later, I told her the whole story, and to her credit, she didn't laugh. She told me I probably scared the hell out of myself watching an action movie that late at night alone, and that it was probably just a nightmare. I agreed with her, because honestly, what else could it have been? I haven't had anything like that happen since. No more night terrors, no hallucinations, no door noises. But I'm more aware of how thin that line is, between waking and dreaming, between feeling safe and feeling hunted. I used to think nightmares stayed in your head. Now I know your body can bring them to life, even just for a moment. I still keep water by the bed, but I use a spill-proof bottle now. I still keep the pistol close, but I try not to rely on it like a crutch. And I still remember that face, not because I think it was real, but because for a few terrible seconds, it was. It lived in the space between sleep and waking, and it showed me just how real fear can feel when your brain turns on itself. I sleep fine these days, but I'll never forget that night, and I'll never fully trust the quiet dark of my bedroom again. I don't know if this is some weird tech glitch, or if I got caught in some half-assed scam, but I've never been able to make sense of what happened to me 5 years ago. It's still one of the strangest, creepiest things I've ever experienced, and I've never really talked about it much. Mostly because I didn't want people to think I was crazy or just overreacting. But now, 5 years later, I can't shake the feeling that there's something more to it than I'll ever know. It all started with some strange phone calls. My phone rang out of nowhere one afternoon. I wasn't expecting any calls, and the number on the screen was unfamiliar, so I let it go to voicemail. No big deal. It happened a few more times over the next few days. Same number, same unknown caller, same voicemail with no message. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe it was a telemarketer or some wrong number. Who knows? But then one evening, I was at home, scrolling through my phone, when that number called again. This time, I figured I'd pick up, just out of curiosity. I didn't recognize the number, but I wasn't doing anything else, so I answered. "Hello," I said. There was a long pause before a woman's voice came through, sounding shaky, like she'd been crying or was about to cry any second. "Who is this?" she asked. I hesitated. I wasn't about to give my name to some stranger calling me out of the blue. I don't know what kind of scam that could be, but I wasn't falling for it. So I asked back, "Who is this?" She went quiet for a second, and when she spoke again, her voice was trembling, like she was on the edge of breaking down. I need to know who this is. Please, just tell me your name. My boyfriend he's really upset. He's been getting these pictures of me and our kid, and they came from your number." She sounded like she was about to start sobbing any second. I was confused. At first, I thought maybe it was a prank, but there was something about the way she spoke that made me think otherwise. She sounded terrified. I didn't know what to say. I told her it wasn't possible. There was no way I sent any pictures. I wasn't even sure what she was talking about. "I swear, I didn't send anything," I said. "You've got the wrong number. I don't even know who you are." She didn't respond right away. There was a long pause. Then she started begging me to tell her who I was. Her voice was shaking with desperation. She kept asking me to help her, to tell her how those pictures ended up on her boyfriend's phone. But I had no idea what she was talking about. I hadn't sent anything. I didn't even know her or her boyfriend. But the more she talked, the more I started to feel uneasy. Something didn't feel right. I ended up hanging up on her, but the whole thing stuck with me. I didn't know what to think. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't. I thought maybe it was just a weird scam, some kind of prank or something meant to freak me out and get me to do something stupid. But that was only the beginning. A couple of hours later, my phone rang again. Same number. I almost didn't want to answer, but I was too curious, and I figured it was the same woman again, probably calling to apologize or whatever. But this time, when I picked up, it wasn't her. It was a man's voice, deep, angry, and loud. "You better tell me what the hell is going on," he shouted. "I know you're the one who sent those pictures to my phone. What's your fucking deal? Why are you sending private stuff to me?" I was taken aback. It took me a second to even respond. "Listen, I don't know who you are," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I haven't sent anything to anyone. I don't know what's going on, but I've been getting calls from a woman saying that you're accusing me of something I didn't do." He wasn't listening, though. He kept yelling at me, calling me all kinds of names. He was so furious, I could hear his voice shaking through the phone. It was like he was about to explode. "I don't give a shit what you're saying," he snapped. "I'm coming for you. You fucked with my family. I don't know how you're doing it, but I'll find you." I was trying to explain that it wasn't me, but he didn't want to hear it. I told him that I'd contacted my phone company about the situation, and they couldn't find any explanation for how those pictures could have come from my number. I said there had to be some mistake, but he didn't care. He just kept yelling at me. Eventually, I hung up on him too. My heart was racing. What the hell had just happened? This whole thing was getting weirder by the minute. The woman's voice was still echoing in my head, and now this guy was threatening me. I wasn't scared for my life, but I wasn't exactly calm either. I started thinking that maybe I'd done something wrong, or maybe my number had been involved in some scam I didn't understand. But it still didn't make sense. The next few days were quiet. I didn't hear from either of them. It was like the whole thing had just disappeared. I told myself that maybe it was just some weird mix-up, something I'd never fully understand. I was shaken up, sure, but I figured it was over. But then the phone calls came again. This time, though, the voice on the other end was different. It wasn't the woman or the angry boyfriend. It was someone else entirely. They didn't say much. Just a weird, flat voice asking if I was still having trouble with my number. It was almost like they were trying to figure out if I'd caught on to what was going on. But before I could respond, they hung up. After that, things went quiet. No more calls, no more strange voices. I thought it was over, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong, something that no one could explain. Years passed, and I went on with my life, but there was always this nagging thought in the back of my mind. What if that guy came looking for me? What if he'd figured out where I lived? I never heard from them again. The phone calls stopped, and the whole situation faded into the background. But something still didn't sit right with me. Maybe I'll never know what actually happened. Maybe it was a scam, or maybe someone with a way to mess with phone systems got involved. But it's been 5 years, and I still think about it from time to time. What happened to that woman and her kid? Did her boyfriend really find out? Did something else happen to them? I still don't know. I just know that I can't explain any of it, and sometimes I wonder if I'll ever get the closure I need. As for the phone calls, I've changed my number since then. I've blocked every unknown number that's called me since. But every now and then, I get this feeling that I'm being watched. Maybe it's just paranoia, but after everything that happened, I can't help but think I'll hear from them again someday. I used to have nightmares in a home that my first husband and I bought. The house was in a quiet neighborhood, nestled between a row of similarly aged homes, but there was something about it that unsettled me from the moment we moved in. It wasn't just the creaks of an old house settling, or the sound of the wind whistling through the cracks at night. It was deeper, something I couldn't explain. At first, it felt like any other home. We moved in, got comfortable, and started our lives. But soon enough, I began having strange dreams. Night after night, the same scenes played over and over. I would wake up in a cold sweat, heart racing, and my mind swimming with terror. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, even though I was lying in my own bed. Sometimes I would wake up paralyzed, unable to move a single muscle, my body frozen, as if something was holding me down. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it, like a presence, heavy and suffocating. My eyes darted around the room, but all I could make out in the dim light was the silhouette of my bedroom furniture. I tell myself it was just a bad dream, that I had woken up in the middle of it, but I couldn't shake the fear. One of the worst parts was the figure I'd see in the doorway. It was always the same. A woman. She wasn't clear, more like a shadow standing in the frame, just enough to make out the outline of her body. She never moved, never said a word, but I felt her presence like a weight pressing down on me. I would blink, and when I opened my eyes again, she was gone. I convinced myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was half asleep, and I'd soon drift back into oblivion. But the nightmares didn't stop. One night, I dreamed of this woman in my kitchen. She was furious, pacing back and forth, and with a violent thrust of her hands, she flipped the kitchen table over. The crash echoed in my dream, and I could feel the rage radiating from her. She was angry that I was in her house, like I was an intruder. I woke up in a panic, my heart pounding, my breath coming in short gasps. I would tell my husband about it the next day, but he'd just shrug it off, saying it was all in my head. I knew he didn't understand, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. At the time, our son was just under 2 years old, and he was the most innocent little boy you could imagine. But even he seemed to sense something in that house. I'd put him to bed, and as I would tuck him in, I would watch his little eyes dart around the room, following something I couldn't see. It was subtle at first, just a flicker of movement in his gaze, but soon it became unmistakable. He was watching something move around the room. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was just tired, or perhaps he was following a reflection, but deep down, I knew something was off. One night, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard him yell out in the middle of the night. "My house, dis my house," he shouted. His words were so clear and firm, like he was protecting something. I couldn't explain it, but I felt a chill run down my spine. What was he yelling at? Why was he so adamant that it was his house? My husband worked the night shift, and I was left alone in the house. It became impossible to fall asleep without him beside me. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the house around me, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Sometimes I would call him at work, begging him to come home on his lunch break. He'd arrive at around 2 a.m., and I would make him sit with me until I could fall asleep. There was no comfort in that house when I was alone. One night, he left for work after sitting with me, and I woke up to the sound of him bumping into something on his way out. The noise was so loud, like furniture had been knocked over, and I immediately shot up in bed. My heart raced, and I couldn't go back to sleep after that. I stayed awake, listening to the silence, every little creak and groan of the house making my nerves jump. Desperate for some sense of safety, I convinced my husband to get a dog. I thought it would make me feel better, knowing there was someone else in the house, something that could alert me if anything was wrong. We got a dog, but it didn't help. The dog cowered on the bed, shaking at every little noise. It didn't offer any protection. It only made me feel more helpless. One day, our son fell on the dog, and it bit him. It wasn't serious, but it was enough for us to decide the dog wasn't a good fit for our family. The dog went to live with a couple who didn't have kids. I felt like I was getting nowhere. My marriage was falling apart, too. We fought constantly, and it seemed like everything around me was unraveling. One night, I happened to hear about a psychic on the radio. She was taking callers, so I decided to call in. I barely got the words. "I've been having nightmares," out before she interrupted me. Without skipping a beat, she told me that my house was haunted. I was stunned. How could she know that? She didn't even know me. But she gave me some recommendations, books to read, ways to protect myself spiritually. I tried to follow her advice, but nothing changed. The nightmares continued. The feeling of being watched never went away. Sometimes I would hear the sound of a marble rolling under my bed, like it was coming closer. I'd lean over to see if a marble was going to come out, but just as I looked, everything went black. My vision would go completely dark, and I'd flop back onto the bed, heart pounding. It was terrifying. Months passed, and the nightmares only grew worse. Then one day, I found out that the psychic I had spoken to was in town. Her name was Jorianne, the coffee psychic. She was doing a fundraiser at a local coffee bar downtown. I happened to have the day off, my first day of vacation, so I decided to go see her. I paid the $5 fee and sat down for my reading. As I was talking to her, I mentioned that I had called her on the radio not too long ago. She remembered me and offered to come to my house to clear it. She told me that she could bring her daughter along and help me. I didn't hesitate. Anything to stop the nightmares, to stop the overwhelming feeling of dread that seemed to hang over me. A few days later, Jorianne and her daughter came to my house. They brought with them a bundle of herbs, incense, and candles. They walked through the house, stopping in every room. I followed them around, watching as they worked. They burned something, sage, I think, and they had me make the sign of the cross with my hand, pushing it towards the windows and doors, like I was pushing away something invisible. The atmosphere in the house felt different after they left. The air felt lighter, less oppressive. I don't know what exactly they did, but after that day, the nightmares stopped. I no longer woke up in a cold sweat, paralyzed with fear. I no longer saw the figure in the doorway, and I didn't hear the marbles rolling under the bed. It was like the weight that had been pressing down on me had been lifted. Eventually, my marriage ended. We sold the house, and I never looked back. It was a relief to get out of there, to leave behind the house that had been a constant source of fear and stress. Before we sold it, we had a yard sale. An elderly couple had lived in the house before us, and their children stopped by to check out the sale. I told them some of what had happened in the house, and the daughter said something that made my blood run cold. "Yeah, that sounds like Mom," she said. "She was mean." It hit me then. Maybe it wasn't just my imagination. Maybe there had been something in that house all along. I'll never know for sure, but I can't help but think that the energy in that place had something to do with everything that happened. It wasn't just in my head, and when the psychic helped clear the house, it was like a weight had been lifted. Not long after we sold the house, the new owners began to tear off the siding to make some repairs. And what did they find? Wasps. Hundreds of them, nested behind the walls. Jorian had sensed them during her visit. She had said she felt like there were bees or wasps around. I couldn't believe it. It seemed like everything she had told me about that house was true. Looking back, I don't know if it was the house itself or the stress of everything else going on in my life, but the combination of the nightmares, the feeling of being watched, and the strange occurrences made it impossible to ignore. I finally found peace when we left that place behind, and I haven't had another nightmare like that since. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened there, but I know this. There was something about that house. Something I couldn't explain. It was one of those days when everything felt like it was going according to the usual grind. I had been working in the audio-visual field for years by that point, and being an on-call technician, I had grown used to the unpredictable schedule. The work wasn't glamorous, but it kept the bills paid, and it was steady enough that I could never complain. It was also a bit of a strange job, to be honest. Being constantly on standby, waiting for your pager to buzz, wasn't exactly my idea of a dream job. But hey, I wasn't complaining, at least not out loud. This was before cell phones had really taken over. We had these little pagers that we strapped to our belts or kept in our pockets, and when a client needed something urgent, they'd page us with their number, sometimes with a little 911 added on the end to indicate that it was a big emergency. That 911 was like a red flag. You stopped whatever you were doing and called back as fast as possible. Usually, I'd get a page or two a week, maybe, and more often than not, they were just regular follow-ups or minor issues. But I'll never forget the one that came through on that particular afternoon. I was driving down Interstate 4, heading from Orlando to St. Petersburg, the sun beating down on the car's hood. It was just another drive along the monotonous stretch of highway when the pager went off. The buzzing was so sudden that it startled me, and for a split second, I thought it was just my mind playing tricks on me. I pulled my pager out of my pocket, glanced at the screen, and saw a number I didn't recognize. Right after the number was the dreaded 911 suffix. That sent a small chill down my spine. I didn't get 911 pages, not really. They were rare, like only once or twice had I ever received one in the years I had been doing this job. I wasn't far from Plant City, so I decided to take the next exit and find a payphone to call the number back. Back then, payphones were still a thing, and when you needed to make a call, that was your only option. I found a little truck stop-like place off the highway, parked the car, and walked inside to grab some change. The store was empty except for the cashier behind the counter, who gave me a brief, disinterested glance. It was one of those moments where nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I popped a quarter in the machine, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number on my pager. The phone rang, and I waited. It rang, and it rang, and it kept ringing. I frowned, holding the receiver up against my ear, wondering who would page me with a 911 if they weren't even going to pick up the phone. I stood there, watching the phone numbers scrolling across the small display of the payphone in front of me, and a little voice in the back of my head started to wonder why the hell someone would get me involved in an urgent situation like this, only to leave me hanging. That's when I noticed something strange. Alongside the ringing of my phone, I could hear another ringing sound, coming from somewhere else in the room. I pulled the handset away from my ear and looked around, confused. In the small payphone area, there were 4 different payphones lined up against the wall. The other ringing phone was just 2 stations away from mine, another one of those old-school, bulky payphones. I hung up my phone, and the second ringing stopped immediately. Something in me got that creeping, uneasy feeling that comes when you realize something's just not right. I walked over to the other payphone, still not sure what I was expecting. But when I picked up the receiver, I was hit with something that made my stomach drop. The number above the phone was identical to the one I had just dialed on my pager, except for the 911 part. I looked at it, double-checking, trying to figure out how the hell that could be possible. I looked back and forth between the number on the payphone and the number on my pager several times. There was no mistaking it. The numbers matched exactly. Same digits, same area code, everything, except for the little 911 at the end. I froze, trying to make sense of it, but no explanation came. I could feel my heartbeat picking up speed, the hairs on the back of my neck standing straight up. The feeling of being watched was suddenly overwhelming. It wasn't a rational fear, but it felt instinctual, deep in my gut. I had never had anything this bizarre happen to me before, and I had no idea what to make of it. But I knew one thing for sure: something was off. Something was very, very wrong. I walked over to the counter and asked the girl behind the counter if anyone had used the payphone recently. She gave me a blank look and said that I was the only person in the store in the past hour. That didn't help. It only made things worse, adding an eerie layer to the situation. If I was the only one there, then who had dialed that number? And why was the exact same number appearing on that other phone? I had no answers. I just wanted to get out of there. I didn't even bother dialing back the number on my pager. I just grabbed my change, shoved it in my pocket, and walked out of the truck stop, my mind still spinning. I didn't look back. I got back in my car, trying to shake off the feeling that was crawling up my spine. The drive down the highway felt endless. My thoughts kept circling back to that damn phone call. Who had paged me, and why? I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of dread creeping over me, like I had narrowly avoided something I couldn't even begin to understand. About 10 miles down the highway, things took a turn I wasn't expecting. The first thing I noticed was the line of flashing lights in the distance. As I got closer, the scene came into focus, and my stomach dropped. It looked like a bomb had gone off. There was a massive 4-car pileup, the wreckage twisted and smoking. A tractor trailer had been involved, hauling a load of steel that had come loose. It was a chaotic mess of cars, metal, and emergency responders, with state troopers and paramedics just arriving on the scene. I pulled over to the side of the road and stopped, unsure of what I should do. My mind was still racing from what had just happened at the truck stop, but now I was faced with an accident that needed help. It was clear that this was no minor fender bender. It was a full-blown disaster. I jumped out of my car and walked over to the nearest officer, offering to help with anything I could. But the truth was, there wasn't much to do at that point. The scene had already been secured, and most of the damage had been done. There were a few people who looked like they might make it, and a few who didn't. As I stood there, watching the aftermath unfold, something nagged at the back of my mind. I had been right there. I had been so close to that scene, driving just 10 minutes away when I had gotten the call. If I hadn't stopped at that payphone, if I hadn't gotten that 911 page, would I have been involved in that wreck? Would I have been one of the drivers caught in that mess? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just narrowly avoided something awful, something that could have taken my life that day. The whole experience still haunts me. To this day, I don't know who paged me or why. I don't know if it was a random coincidence, some bizarre mistake, or something else entirely. But what I do know is that if I hadn't pulled over to that truck stop to use the payphone, I might not have made it through the day. I still can't explain what happened, and maybe I never will. But I'm convinced that it wasn't just a fluke, a mix-up, or a glitch in the system. Something, or someone, was trying to get my attention that day, and I'll never forget it. A couple of nights ago, my roommates and I were having one of those late-night chats that spirals into something a lot weirder than anyone expects. We were talking about clowns. I know it sounds random, but for some reason, clowns had come up. One of those bizarre conversations where we started mentioning the creepy clowns that pop up every now and then in the news, the kind that show up in random places, sometimes near schools or in the woods, wearing full makeup and strange outfits, just standing there staring at people. And then somehow, we ended up finding a conspiracy video on YouTube about clowns. The video was filled with eerie theories and creepy footage. It suggested that there was something more to these clown sightings, something much darker. My roommates and I sat there, our eyes glued to the screen as we watched the video unfold, the creepy music and unsettling narration making the whole thing feel more and more real. By the time the video ended, we were all freaked out. We laughed it off, trying to convince ourselves it was all just a stupid, baseless conspiracy theory. But the unease stayed with us. We turned off the lights, crawled into our beds, and tried to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next morning, I woke up with a feeling of dread lingering over me. I tried to push it aside, but the unease from last night was still there, like a dark cloud hanging over me. I got up, got ready, and headed out for the day. The first few hours went by like any other day, nothing out of the ordinary. But then, I got a text from my roommate, Claire. She asked if I had gone home early and locked the door after her, because she realized she had forgotten to lock it when she left that morning. I paused for a moment, confused, because I hadn't even been home at all that day. I texted her back, telling her no, I hadn't gone back home. A few minutes later, I got another text, this time from Sarah, our other roommate. She asked if I knew where one of our dining chairs had gone. We had left it in the living room that morning, but when they got back, it was missing. This was strange because we had all left at the same time, and neither of us had moved the chair. I didn't know what to say. I texted back that I hadn't touched it, and had no idea where it went. By this point, I was starting to feel uneasy. These little things, these odd occurrences, seemed too coincidental, too strange. I brushed it off for the moment and decided to go home, hoping it was all just a series of misunderstandings. When I finally got back to the apartment, the first thing I noticed was how quiet it was. I walked into the living room, where the missing chair had been earlier, and there it was, sitting in one of the bedrooms. I didn't know how it had gotten there. The door had been closed when I arrived, so it wasn't like anyone had walked in and moved it while I was gone. But the real thing that set me off was when I went into my room. I had left my blinds closed before I left for the day. I knew they were broken, but I made sure to shut them because I didn't want anyone peeking in. But when I walked into my room, I noticed right away that they were open. I froze. I hadn't left them open. No one else in the apartment had access to my room. I was suddenly hit with a sense of dread, a sinking feeling that something was very wrong. I quickly texted both Claire and Sarah, asking if either of them had opened my blinds while I was gone. Both of them said no. I started to panic. My mind was racing. What if someone had broken in? What if someone had been in here while we were all out? What if they were still in the apartment? I didn't know what to do. My heart was pounding in my chest as I checked every corner of my room, every closet, and under the bed. My breath was shallow, my thoughts spinning. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was hiding somewhere in the apartment. It was too much, way too much for my mind to process all at once. I started thinking about the clowns we had talked about the night before. I laughed at myself, but the thought wouldn't go away. What if it wasn't just a conspiracy video? What if something had happened? What if someone had been watching us, or worse, following us? We all gathered in the living room after a while, trying to make sense of everything. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and heavy. That's when Claire suddenly remembered something. She had put in a maintenance request a few days ago to fix my broken blinds. It clicked. They must have come in to fix them while we were all out. The maintenance guy had probably come in, fixed the window, and locked the door when he was done. That made sense. But still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. After some more searching around the apartment, we found the missing chair. It was sitting in Sarah's room. And then I remembered. I had moved it there myself a few days ago. I had taken it into my room to take a picture of something, then forgotten to put it back. It was such a small, insignificant detail, but it was enough to make my anxiety settle a little. It was starting to feel like everything had a logical explanation. Still, my heart was pounding, and I couldn't help but feel a little shaken by how easily the apartment had gotten to me. The whole situation, though, made me realize how quickly our minds can turn on us. The things we had brushed off the night before, the video, the stories about clowns, had crept into our heads and had us convinced that something far more sinister was happening in our own apartment. It made me think about how easy it is to let fear take over. how quickly the line between reality and irrational thoughts can blur when you're already on edge. I kept thinking about the clowns in the video, the way they seemed to be lurking around, waiting to appear out of nowhere. But in the end, it wasn't a clown that was causing the chaos. It was just a series of strange but harmless events that all lined up in a way that made everything seem much scarier than it really was. Looking back on it, the whole thing feels kind of silly now. But in the moment, the fear was real. It felt like we were on the edge of something we couldn't explain, something we couldn't control. That night, when we finally settled down and tried to sleep, the apartment felt just like it always had. No hidden clowns, no intruders, just 3 roommates sitting in their living room, trying to make sense of a series of unfortunate coincidences. We laughed about it all, the way our minds had gotten carried away. But I couldn't help but think that maybe, just maybe, we had all been a little too close to the edge. We went to bed that night, each of us a little more cautious, a little more aware of how easily our minds could turn something ordinary into something terrifying. But nothing happened. The night passed without incident. No clowns, no creepy noises, just the quiet of the apartment and the comfort of knowing that it had all been just a series of misunderstandings. I still don't know if I'll ever fully shake that sense of unease from that night. Maybe it was the video, or maybe it was the way our minds had created a story that wasn't there. But I can't help but feel like sometimes the scariest thing is how quickly our own imaginations can make us believe something is real, even when it's not. The dense jungle canopy pressed down like a suffocating blanket. The air was thick with humidity, clinging to my skin, and the sounds of insects buzzing and birds calling echoed through the thick vegetation. It was the summer of 1967, deep in the heart of Vietnam, and I was on a mission. My team, consisting of 1 other American and 5 CIDG strikers, local South Vietnamese villagers who had turned fighters under the U.S. military, had been tasked with emplacing seismic ground sensors along a trail network that we believed was being used by the North Vietnamese Army, NVA. The plan was to plant these sensors as quietly as possible and then monitor any movement along the trails, hoping to gather intel that might save lives in the future. At least, that was the theory. The jungle had a way of swallowing things whole, leaving no trace behind. We had been out there for 2 days. The further we got from the main base, the more oppressive the jungle became. The sounds of civilization were gone. There was nothing except the endless rustle of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. Most of the time, we moved in silence, the air thick with anticipation. We had been on edge since the moment we stepped off the helicopter, but the real tension hit us once we entered the dense jungle. You could never fully trust the foliage. One moment, you were walking through an open area, and the next, you were caught in a wall of thick vines and trees that seemed to go on forever. Everything here could kill you in an instant if you weren't careful. Every sound was a potential threat, every shadow, something to be wary of. It was mid-afternoon when the decision came down. I was with 2 of the strikers, my squad mates, tasked with keeping an eye on a nearby trail intersection. The rest of the team had gone ahead to plant sensors deeper in the jungle, but I'd insisted we hold back for a bit. I had a gut feeling that something wasn't right. The trail intersection seemed like a perfect spot for an ambush, too perfect. We needed to be sure no one was coming. We'd been there for about 3 or 4 hours by the time we started debating whether we should move further down the trail or turn back and rejoin the rest of the patrol. It was quiet that day, too quiet maybe. The occasional call of a monkey echoed from the treetops, and the chirping of insects filled the air, but there was nothing unusual. The jungle was alive, but it felt like it was holding its breath. "Let's check the trail one more time," I said, crouching low and motioning for the men to stay put. The last thing I wanted was to be seen, especially with the tension in the air. I crouched behind a thick tangle of vines and carefully peeked out. My eyes scanned the trail ahead, studying the shadows that hung like curtains in the gaps between the trees. Everything seemed normal. The trail was clear. I glanced to my left, where one of the strikers was stationed, and to my right, where the other man had his rifle trained on the forest beyond. We had a good position. We were concealed and waiting for whatever might come. Just as I was about to signal to the others to move, I saw something that made my heart stop. It wasn't the kind of thing you'd expect to see out here. Not in the thick, oppressive jungle of Vietnam. It wasn't a Viet Cong soldier, nor was it an NVA scout. No, it was something far stranger. Lying just shy of the trail intersection, hidden almost perfectly in the underbrush, was a man. He wasn't wearing any of the typical camouflage that we'd grown accustomed to seeing. His uniform was different, strange even, as though it had come from a completely different time. He wore a tattered Union Army coat, the kind you'd expect to see in history books. His face was dark, his skin lighter than most soldiers we'd encountered, but his features were strikingly clear even through the shadows. His eyes were focused on me, and when our gazes met, he didn't flinch. In fact, he smiled. I blinked twice, trying to process what I was seeing. This wasn't some hallucination or trick of the light. This was real. The man was dressed like a soldier from the American Civil War, complete with a Union Army coat, a pair of pistols strapped to his chest, a Spencer rifle resting on the ground beside him, and a small, curved war club at his hip. The whole scene seemed impossible. How could someone from the past be standing in front of me, right here in the jungles of Vietnam? As I froze, trying to make sense of it, the man did something that made my blood run cold. He raised a finger to his lips, slowly, deliberately, and then he motioned for me to be quiet. The smile never left his face, a strange, almost knowing grin, as if he was aware of something I wasn't. He then gestured for me to back away from the trail. I could barely breathe. I wasn't sure what was happening, but something deep in my gut told me that I needed to listen to this man. I didn't have time to process it any further. I immediately signaled to the two strikers with me, motioning for them to stay back, stay quiet. I slipped into the jungle, trying to move as silently as possible. I had no idea what was going on, but I knew we were in danger, and I wasn't about to take any chances. The jungle was too unpredictable, too deadly, to let my guard down. As I moved quietly to the other side of the trail, I looked back. The Union soldier, if that's what he was, had slipped into the brush as well, his figure vanishing just as quickly as it had appeared. For a few moments, I thought I had imagined it all, but deep down I knew better. Then, less than 10 seconds later, I heard them, the unmistakable sound of boots crunching through the underbrush. I held my breath, trying to make out the movements in the shadows, and then I saw them, the enemy. The NVA soldiers, moving through the trail intersection just as the Union soldier had guided me back into hiding. I counted them as they passed, some 70 or 80 men, all armed with automatic rifles, light machine guns, and rocket-propelled grenade launchers. My heart hammered in my chest as I realized just how close we had come to being wiped out. If I hadn't backed off the trail when I did, we would have been caught right in the middle of that group. The NVA soldiers moved past us, their heavy boots thumping against the earth as they passed within 30 feet of where I was hiding. I could see the details of their gear, the weathered faces, the grim expressions, and the rifles slung over their shoulders. I knew that if they had spotted us, there would have been no chance to escape. We would have been dead before we even had a chance to react. When the last of the enemy soldiers passed, I motioned for the team to move. We made our exit as quickly and quietly as we could, retracing our steps back to where the rest of the patrol was waiting. Every step felt like it could be our last, but somehow, we made it without being detected. Once we rejoined the rest of the patrol, I reported what we had seen, the group of NVA soldiers. But I didn't mention the Union soldier. I couldn't bring myself to speak of him. I wasn't sure if I was just seeing things, or if something else was at play. It didn't make sense, and I didn't know how to explain it. For years, I kept the story to myself. I told no one, not even my closest comrades. It wasn't until years later, when I was sitting beside my father in the living room, that I finally shared what had happened. He listened quietly, his face serious as I recounted the events. When I finished, he didn't say anything at first. He just looked at me with a steady gaze, his expression unreadable. Then, after a long silence, he told me something that chilled me to the bone. "You saw Old Red Tom," he said. I didn't understand. "Old Red Tom?" I asked, confusion written all over my face. My father nodded. "Yeah, that was your great-great-grandfather. He was a scout for the Union Army during the Civil War. A half-black, half-Creek free man who carried 2 pistols, a Spencer rifle, and a Creek war club into battle. He served with the U.S. Cavalry in the American West after the war." I felt a chill run down my spine. My father went on to explain that my great-great-grandfather, Red Tom, had been a legendary figure in the family. He had fought in the Civil War and later served as a scout, a man known for his skill with weapons and his uncanny ability to navigate the wilderness. It seemed impossible, but the more I thought about it, the more it all made sense. The soldier I had seen in the jungle had been dressed in exactly the same way Red Tom had been described. The pistols, the rifle, the war club, it was all there. I had never known much about my family's history, but as my father spoke, I began to understand. Somehow, someway, Red Tom's spirit had crossed time and space, appearing at a critical moment in my life to save me and my men. I couldn't explain how or why, but I had no doubt in my mind that what I had seen was real. My father's words stayed with me for years after that, especially as I sat beside him during his final days. He passed away not long after, and the story of old Red Tom stayed locked in my memory, a piece of our family's history that I would carry with me forever. I never spoke of it again, but every time I think back to that day in the jungle, I can't help but wonder if Red Tom had been watching over me, just like he had watched over those soldiers all those years ago. There's no way to explain what happened, but one thing is certain. I'll never forget the soldier who saved my life in the jungles of Vietnam, and I'll never forget the name of old Red Tom. It was one of those early mornings, the kind where the sun had just barely crept above the horizon, casting a soft, golden light across the room. The clock on the wall read 7 a.m., and the house was still quiet. My boyfriend had left for work earlier, and I had decided to stay behind to get a little painting done. He'd asked me to help freshen up the bedroom, and I'd been meaning to do it for a while now. The smell of fresh paint was still sharp in the air, and the only sound in the house was the soft hum of the ceiling fan. The house was fairly isolated. His family lived a bit out in the suburbs, where the houses were spaced far apart. There weren't many neighbors around, and it always felt a little eerie when I was home alone. But I didn't mind much. I'd gotten used to it over time, and it was nice to have a quiet space to focus on things like painting. The night before, we'd posted something on Craigslist for sale, an old piece of furniture my boyfriend had been trying to get rid of. A guy had reached out, wanting to come see it the next day. My boyfriend had given him the address, and everything seemed fine. We actually ended up selling it the night before, just after we posted the ad. I remember feeling a bit bad, thinking the guy might be disappointed when we told him that the item was gone, but he seemed understanding when we let him know. Or so we thought. The next morning, after I'd been painting for about an hour, I got a text from my boyfriend telling me the guy was upset. He'd been mad that we'd sold it before he had a chance to come by and see it. He said it was messed up that we hadn't held it for him, especially since he'd really needed it. I remember rolling my eyes, thinking, why are people like that? But I didn't think much more about it. We'd done what we thought was the right thing, and now it was over. What I didn't realize, though, was how much that guy's frustration might have affected his mood. I had just put down the paintbrush to stretch my back when I heard a sound that made my stomach drop. Bang, bang, bang. It was loud, so loud it seemed to rattle the windows in the room. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze mid-motion, staring at the door. I couldn't place where it had come from at first. But then it hit me. There was only one place where the noise could have come from: the back door. The back door led to the backyard, which was bordered by a tall wooden fence. The only people who ever went in and out of that door were my boyfriend and his family. And the only way someone could get to the back door was if they went around the carport and through the gate. But my boyfriend had told me no one would be stopping by today, except for the Craigslist guy. I felt a chill run down my spine. Oh shit, I thought. My mind raced as I stood there, rooted to the spot. I tried to ignore the pounding in my chest, trying to keep my breathing steady, but it was hard. I felt an overwhelming sense of dread creeping up on me. The loud banging came again, even more forceful this time, followed by a pause. The silence that followed was worse than the noise itself. Then I heard it, the unmistakable creak of the back door opening. No, I thought, this can't be happening. I didn't dare move. The last thing I wanted to do was confront whoever was at that door. Whoever it was, they were either incredibly persistent or they were up to no good. Either way, I wasn't about to walk over and open that door. My legs felt like they were made of lead, frozen in place. I crouched low, hiding behind the small wall dividing the bedroom from the hallway, my heart pounding louder than I thought possible. I could hear footsteps now, slow and deliberate. It was like the person was taking their time, making sure I could hear them. The heavy footsteps echoed through the house, growing closer and closer, until I could almost feel them vibrating the floor beneath me. My thoughts were a blur, but I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't let whoever it was know I was here. I held my breath, my whole body tense, trying to make myself as small and invisible as possible. My mind raced with all the worst-case scenarios. Maybe this was a robbery. Maybe the guy from Craigslist had snapped and was coming to do something crazy because he didn't get what he wanted. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as the footsteps stopped. They were right outside the door now. My hand trembled as I clutched the edge of the wall, my pulse ringing in my ears. It was dead quiet for a moment, just enough to drive me insane. And then, through the silence, I heard a voice. "Hello." My blood ran cold. I didn't recognize the voice, but I knew it wasn't my boyfriend. It was a man's voice, deep and rough. "Is anyone here?" The voice called again, a little louder this time, as if expecting an answer. I didn't move. I couldn't. My body was frozen in fear. What should I do? Should I answer? Should I hide? Should I call someone? I had no idea. The voice called out again, and this time it was followed by a soft sound, like the scraping of shoes against the floor. The door creaked open just a little more, and the unmistakable shuffle of footsteps grew louder. I tried to stay completely still, praying that whoever it was wouldn't notice me, but I could feel them getting closer. And then, as if to add to the suspense, I heard something unexpected, a laugh. It was soft, almost nervous, but real. It was followed by a voice I instantly recognized. "Oh my God, you scared me half to death." I blinked, trying to focus, trying to make sense of what was happening. The voice continued, still laughing. "I swear, I thought you were in here, and I was about to lose it. I had to come back and grab something. You won't believe what I forgot." I was still trying to piece everything together when I saw her. A woman stepped into the bedroom, her back to me at first. She was carrying a small bag, and her hair was pulled into a messy bun, just like someone who'd been up early and in a hurry. She turned toward me, still chuckling under her breath. And then it clicked. My heart stopped. It was my boyfriend's mom. She looked completely surprised to see me crouching behind the wall, eyes wide and frozen in place. I could feel the color drain from my face. My legs went weak, and I stood up slowly, my face flushing red with embarrassment. "Oh my God," she said, a little more seriously this time, though still clearly amused. "I didn't mean to scare you. I forgot something here last night. I came back to get it, and I didn't think anyone would be home." I couldn't even find the words to respond. My mind was still racing, trying to process everything that had just happened. The overwhelming sense of fear, the banging on the door, the footsteps, the voice calling my name. It had all been her. Her. "I'm so sorry," she said, walking toward me and offering an awkward smile. "I didn't think you'd be here this early. You okay?" I just nodded, still not quite able to speak, my heart still hammering in my chest. She seemed genuinely concerned, and I could tell she didn't realize how terrified I had been. To her, it was just a normal visit. I let out a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Yeah, I'm fine," I said finally, my voice shaky. She gave me a strange, slightly concerned look, but then her face softened, and she laughed again, this time more gently. "You've got to stop hiding from me like that," she said. "I'm harmless, I promise." I didn't know how to respond to that. I wasn't sure what had terrified me more, the unexpected noise, or the fact that I had gotten myself so worked up over something so simple. "I'll be out of your hair in a second," she said, walking over to the dresser. She pulled out what looked like a pair of shoes from the drawer, which seemed to be exactly what she'd come back for. I just nodded, still trying to calm my racing heart. Once she was gone, I stood there for a while longer, trying to shake the unsettling feeling from my chest. Eventually, I managed to convince myself that everything was okay. The banging, the footsteps, the voice, they had all been a misunderstanding. It was just my boyfriend's mom, after all. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something about the timing of it all, just after the Craigslist incident, just when I was alone in the house, had been too much of a coincidence. I'd been scared, but now I was just relieved. It was one of those dark winter evenings where the cold air bites at your skin, and the city lights do nothing to warm you up. The sidewalks were slick from earlier rain, frozen into a thin sheet of ice that made every step a little more cautious. I'd just left campus, the last class of the day wrapping up around 8:30, and I decided to walk back to my apartment instead of taking the bus. I don't know why. I guess it felt good to stretch my legs after being cooped up inside all day, and the walk wasn't that far. Still, it was winter, so the darkness had crept in early. and by the time I was halfway back to my place, the streets felt empty. The kind of empty that sends an unease crawling up your spine. I could tell from the start something was off. My senses were on high alert as I walked down the sidewalk, glancing over my shoulder every now and then. It wasn't because I felt like I was being paranoid. It was because something about the guy behind me felt wrong. At first, I thought maybe he was just walking at the same pace, like two ships passing in the night. But the longer I walked, the more I realized he wasn't just walking in the same direction. He was walking closely behind me. I'm not a small guy. I'm built big, played offensive line in college, so I'm used to holding my ground. But the whole thing made me uneasy. I noticed that, even as I made turns, he stayed right behind me, never faltering, never losing pace. It was subtle at first, just a guy walking the same route. But after a few blocks, I could feel him gaining on me. I began to weave and make redundant turns, not trying to lose him, but rather just seeing if he'd back off, give me some space. He didn't. The more I walked, the more I felt his presence closing in. Every step I took seemed to match his, like he was waiting for the perfect moment to act. And it sent a chill running up my spine. It wasn't just the cold, it was something else, a nagging feeling that I couldn't shake, like something bad was about to happen. My mind raced through possibilities, trying to reason through the situation, but I kept coming back to one uncomfortable thought. This guy didn't seem lost. He wasn't just going for a walk. He was following me. I tried to ignore it at first, keeping my pace steady, trying to act casual, but every time I glanced behind me, I could see him there, no more than 30 feet away, not close enough to feel immediate danger, but close enough to make me nervous. There was something unsettling about the way he moved, slow but deliberate. And there was no reason for him to be so close, not on a street like this. The neighborhood was pretty quiet at this time of night, and the area I was walking through wasn't exactly filled with people. No, this wasn't a coincidence. I kept walking, but now I was hyper-aware of every step I took. My eyes flicked back every few seconds, trying to read his body language, trying to get a feel for his intentions. He hadn't made any move to get any closer, but I could tell he was watching me, and that made the situation even more uncomfortable. There's a certain way a person walks when they're thinking about something, and it's different from just casually strolling along. I couldn't pinpoint what it was exactly, but there was an undercurrent to his movements, a kind of unease that mirrored my own. I tried to pick up my pace, weaving through the streets again, hoping to shake him. But just like before, he kept pace, never speeding up or slowing down. I could hear his footsteps behind me, a constant, rhythmic sound that was starting to get under my skin. It wasn't the sound of a man casually walking. It was the sound of someone deliberately trailing me, someone who had all the time in the world and wasn't in any hurry to catch up, but wasn't going to let me get away either. The further I walked, the more I felt the weight of the situation pressing on me. When I turned another corner, I could see the back door to my apartment complex up ahead, just a couple of blocks away. At that point, I decided I couldn't keep playing this game anymore. I wasn't going to be some easy target. I wasn't about to let someone get close enough to do God knows what without confronting it head on. The fear that had been building in me shifted, and something colder took its place. I wasn't scared anymore. I was pissed, and I wasn't going to back down. I turned sharply, stopping dead in my tracks, and waited for him to catch up. I could hear his footsteps closing in, the sound growing louder as he got closer. Then, as I stood there, facing him, I squared my shoulders, lifted my chin, and started walking towards him. I don't know what I was planning, but in that moment, I wasn't going to be the one running. I raised my voice, loud enough for him to hear, but not so loud that it would sound like I was shouting. "Why the hell are you following me?" I asked, my words sharp. For a second, he didn't say anything, but I could see it in his eyes. He wasn't expecting that. He had thought I would just keep walking, keep avoiding him, maybe even get nervous and rush inside without confronting the situation. But I didn't, and it threw him off. He didn't seem prepared for someone to stand up to him. I could see the panic flicker across his face, just for a moment. Then, without saying another word, he turned around, almost too quickly, and started walking away. His pace was faster now, hurried, like he was trying to escape the situation he'd created. "Fuck you, man. A guy can't even go for a walk around here," he yelled, but the words didn't sound genuine, just a last-ditch effort to act tough. I didn't say anything in return. I just watched him as he retreated, keeping my eyes locked on him until I was sure he was out of sight. I didn't feel like a hero. Hell, I didn't feel much of anything, other than a deep sense of relief. My heart was racing, and my palms were sweating, but I knew I'd made the right choice. I hadn't let fear control me. I hadn't backed down. I turned back around and walked the remaining few steps to the door of my apartment complex. I didn't rush, no need to. He wasn't coming back. I made my way through the door, locked it behind me, and leaned against it for a second, trying to steady my breathing. The whole thing felt surreal, like I had just stepped out of a dream. The adrenaline was still coursing through me, but as I took in the calm of the apartment lobby, I felt a sense of closure. I had confronted the situation and walked away without incident, and that felt like a victory. Later, when I was sitting on my couch, a part of me tried to replay the whole thing in my head, trying to understand exactly what had happened. What was that guy's plan? Had he just been looking for an easy target? Was he hoping I wouldn't notice? I'll never know. But what I do know is that he was the one who got scared. He was the one who backed off. And that was the most reassuring thing of all. That night, I slept with the lights off, but the apartment felt safe. The world outside was cold and dark, but inside, I knew I wasn't as vulnerable as I thought. I'd survived the walk, and whatever he had planned, I had disrupted it. I wasn't sure if it was a close call or just some strange coincidence, but in the end, I knew I wasn't going to let it happen again. The streets didn't belong to him, and they sure as hell didn't belong to me. We shared them, for better or worse, and no one was going to take that from me. And if you're reading this, dude, whatever your plan was that night, I see you. You didn't get what you wanted. I used to have chronic nightmares. Vivid ones that would sometimes be so real I would wake up unsure of what had happened, unsure of where I was. These were the kind of nightmares that lingered, that clung to you even after you woke up. 5 years ago, I was about to turn 17, and I was just starting to get used to them. Still, sleep didn't come easy for me, not with my mind always wandering, always chasing shadows. I remember this one night specifically. It was like any other night. The house was quiet, the only sound the faint hum of the refrigerator and the occasional creak of the house settling. My room was dark, as it usually was, and I lay there trying to sleep, but my mind was buzzing. I've always had trouble falling asleep, and it doesn't help that I often open my eyes to check how dark it is outside. Sometimes it feels like I'm not even tired enough to close them fully. I could see the outline of my window from my bed, the night sky still pitch black beyond it. A few minutes passed, then a few more, but it was still so dark outside, so I closed my eyes again, trying to let my body relax, willing myself to drift off. But then, the feeling came. The feeling that someone was watching me. It's strange because it wasn't unusual. My younger sister had a habit of checking on me in the middle of the night, just walking into my room to make sure I was okay. I got used to it, so it never really scared me. But tonight, something felt different. This time, the feeling of eyes on me was heavier, more intense, and I couldn't shake the unease creeping up my spine. I opened my eyes, glancing toward the foot of my bed. The hallway light was off. That wasn't right. My sister always left it on when she checked on me. The light would spill into the hallway, casting a soft glow through the doorframe. But now it was dark, completely dark. I dismissed it as just my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I had just looked too late, or maybe she hadn't turned it on yet. But I still felt that unsettling pressure. So, I closed my eyes again, trying to ignore the feeling, trying to convince myself to just go to sleep. But then, a couple of minutes later, I felt something, or someone enter the room. The air shifted, and I could feel the presence of someone near me. It wasn't like my sister, who would come in and whisper my name, or tap me on the shoulder. No, this was something else. It was as if someone had walked into the room without making a sound. A presence, too still, too heavy, and I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I opened my eyes, ready to tell her I was awake, but what I saw next made my heart stop. Standing next to my bed was a towering figure, dark, impossible to make out. It was so tall it seemed to stretch toward the ceiling. I froze. My whole body locked in place, and I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't scream. It took everything I had to stay still, to not make a sound, to not let my body betray me. I was paralyzed, my muscles aching with the effort of staying still. The figure stood there, motionless, and I couldn't tell if it was looking at me, but I could feel its presence, looming over me. Every second felt like an eternity. The darkness in my room seemed to grow heavier, more suffocating, and the coldness it carried pressed against my skin, making me shiver despite being under the covers. Then, after what felt like forever, the figure moved. Slowly, unnervingly slowly, it bent over me. I could feel its coldness near my face. It felt like a deep frost, like winter air pressing against my skin. I could barely make out the shape of its form. It was a silhouette, a distorted human shape, but something was wrong with it. There was no face, no details, just a smooth, featureless blankness. Its body barely held itself together, like it was a shape struggling to stay intact. It was the kind of thing you would see in a half-formed dream, something that shouldn't exist, but did anyway. I held my breath, so still, so quiet. It bent down even closer, its hand reaching toward me, and for a split second, I thought it was going to touch me, but instead it gently tucked me in. The sensation was almost tender, but the coldness in its movements made my blood run cold. It felt wrong, so horribly wrong. When it was done, it stood up, towering over me again, and began to walk away, its presence fading as it moved toward the door. I couldn't bring myself to move. I couldn't make a sound. The only thing I could do was lie there, wide awake, waiting for the room to feel safe again. The night dragged on. I stayed awake, too terrified to close my eyes for fear that whatever that thing was would come back. My body was stiff from holding still for so long, my heart racing in my chest, but I couldn't let myself move. I couldn't risk it. Then, just as I thought I might finally be able to fall asleep, I heard it. My name. Faint at first, a distant whisper calling from the dark. I stayed as still as possible, hoping it would go away, but then the voice came again, louder this time, and I felt something shaking me. It wasn't a soft shake. It wasn't the gentle stir of someone waking you up from a peaceful sleep. This was different. It was more forceful, like something was trying to pull me from the bed. The shaking grew stronger, more violent, and I felt my body lift, as though I was being ripped out of it. I could feel myself separating from my body, like I was falling, like I was being dragged away from myself. My mind screamed for me to wake up, to do something, but I couldn't. It was like I was trapped between two worlds, between reality and whatever dream I was still tangled in. My chest tightened with fear, and I fought against the sensation, but it was useless. It was like I was caught in a nightmare that refused to let go. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. I woke up with a jolt, gasping for air, my heart hammering in my chest. My body was drenched in sweat, and my skin was cold. I looked around, my eyes darting across the room. My sister was standing at the foot of my bed, her face full of concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice soft but full of worry. I blinked, disoriented, trying to piece together what had just happened. I was still shaking, still feeling the remnants of that cold presence. "You were screaming," she said, shaking me lightly. "You were screaming in your sleep." I didn't understand. I hadn't screamed in the dream, not once. I had been so still, so silent. Yet here I was, my heart racing, my body trembling from the aftermath of whatever it was I had just experienced. I stared at her, unable to put into words what had happened, what I had seen, or thought I had seen. It felt real, so real, but the more I thought about it, the less sure I was of what had actually happened. Had I dreamt it all? Was it just another nightmare? But it didn't feel like one. It felt too real, too tangible. I could still feel the coldness pressing against my skin, the weight of that figure looming over me. I sat up slowly, trying to calm myself. My sister sat down beside me, her presence grounding me, bringing me back to reality, to something familiar. "Just a bad dream," she said quietly, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something more had happened. That something in that room had been real, had been there, even if no one else saw it. I didn't sleep that night. Not really. I stayed awake, my mind racing, replaying everything over and over, trying to make sense of it. But it didn't make sense. The more I thought about it, the less I understood. Maybe it was just another nightmare, just another part of my mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't ignore the feeling, the lingering cold, the faceless figure, the way it felt like something had been in my room with me. It's been years since that night, but I still think about it sometimes. Every now and then, when I have trouble sleeping, I'll open my eyes and check how dark it is outside, just to see if the world is still the same. I've learned to live with the nightmares, but that night, that feeling, never quite goes away. I don't know if it was just a dream or something more, but I can't forget how real it felt, how cold it was, how much it stayed with me long after I woke up, and I'm not sure I ever will. I was 15 that year, a lanky teenager with shaggy hair, and barely any muscle on my bones. Halloween landed on a Saturday, and like most years in our tiny rural town in upstate New York, it was cold, damp, and dark as hell by the time dinner rolled around. I remember that day clearer than most, probably because of what happened. Not that I want to remember it. I've tried to forget, honestly, but it sticks in my brain like a splinter. It all started at my friend William's house. His place was kind of the spot for us back then, mostly because his parents were cool about us hanging out and didn't mind us being loud or staying late. Plus, his house sat right on the edge of this huge stretch of woods that felt like it went on forever. We all lived in the same area, surrounded by forests, but something about the way those trees loomed behind William's backyard made it feel different. Creepier. I'd been in those woods plenty of times, sure, but never at night. Never on Halloween. That day was like any other hangout at first. There were 6 of us total. Me, William, this guy named Sebastian, and 3 girls, Kayla, Marissa, and Jessica. We were piled up in William's living room with bowls of popcorn and candy, watching every horror movie we could find on his dad's old DVD shelf. All day we sat there with the lights out, scaring the crap out of each other, screaming at jump scares, laughing when someone spilled soda from getting too spooked. It was fun, in that innocent kind of way that only really happens when you're a teenager. By the time it hit around 9, we were all pretty wired and a little freaked out. William's older brother Jared had been in and out all day, not really hanging with us, but popping in to mess with us every now and then. He was one of those older brothers who looked like he belonged on a football team, tall, built like a truck, with that smirk that made you feel like he was always up to something. Eventually he came down the stairs, saw us still watching movies, and leaned against the wall with this look on his face like he was bored. "I'll give anyone $100, he said, "if they walk into the woods to the old cabin and back." Now, like I said, I'd been in those woods before. We all had. And the old cabin he meant wasn't some far-off, mythical place either. It was maybe 5 minutes in. A crumbling wooden shack that local teens used as a place to smoke or hook up. During the day, it didn't feel like much. But at night, on Halloween, when you've just spent the last 5 hours soaking in horror films, yeah, it hit different. None of us moved at first. I wasn't about to volunteer, and I didn't see anyone else jumping up either. Jared just laughed and shrugged, probably thinking we were all wimps. Then Sebastian stood up. He was always that guy in our group, the one who wanted to prove he wasn't scared of anything. He had that cocky kind of bravery, the kind that got him into trouble more than once. He said he'd do it, no hesitation, and even though we all kind of laughed and egged him on, there was this tension in the air the moment he walked out the back door. We followed him as far as the yard, where the grass faded into the tall, dark line of trees. There was a metal gate at the back, the kind to keep deer and coyotes out. Jared unlocked it and let Sebastian through, then locked it behind him. We watched as Sebastian disappeared into the woods, flashlight in hand, his hoodie pulled up against the chill. The beam of light bounced between the trees and then faded into the blackness. We waited. First 5 minutes passed, then 10. That's when we started to get uneasy. It wasn't like it was a long walk. You could get to the cabin in less than 5 minutes, and Sebastian wasn't the kind of guy to draw things out just to be dramatic. His girlfriend, Marissa, kept checking her phone, then finally called him. No answer. We all kind of stood there awkwardly, glancing at each other, not really knowing what to say. Jared said maybe he was trying to scare us, told us to wait 5 more minutes. So we did. Nothing. No light coming through the trees, no sound of footsteps. Just the wind and the occasional creak of a branch. Then Marissa called again, and this time we heard the phone ring. That's what made it real. It wasn't ringing through her speakerphone. It was somewhere out in the woods, close enough for us to hear it. Jared looked nervous for the first time, and that's when we all decided to go in. We unlocked the gate and stepped into the forest. It was so quiet in there. The only sounds were our feet crunching leaves and the wind brushing through the trees. Every now and then, someone's foot would snap a branch, and we'd all stop like deer in headlights. I remember my hands were cold, but my palms were sweaty. I kept wiping them on my jeans. We reached the cabin after a few minutes. The thing looked worse than I remembered, weathered, leaning to one side, a busted door hanging on one hinge. We called Sebastian's name. Nothing. Marissa called again, and the ringing sound came from our left. We followed it and found his phone lying face up on the ground, screen cracked, flashlight still on. It looked like it had been dropped mid-run. That's when the panic really set in. We were standing there trying to figure out if we should call the police when I saw him. Behind us, maybe 20 feet back between the trees, was the outline of a man. He wasn't moving, just standing there, watching. At first I thought maybe it was Sebastian. Maybe he had circled around and was messing with us, but something was wrong. The shape was taller, broader. He wasn't holding a light, wasn't saying anything, just standing there in the dark. I couldn't speak. My throat closed up. My chest felt like someone had wrapped their hand around it and was squeezing. Then I finally forced the words out. What the fuck? Everyone turned, and the second they saw him, the man moved. Not slowly, not like someone walking. He ran, straight at us. That's when all hell broke loose. Someone screamed. Maybe it was me, maybe not. I honestly can't remember. All I know is that we all turned and bolted. I ran so hard and so fast that my legs started to give out. The trees whipped past me, branches snagged my clothes, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. The image of that man rushing at us was burned into my brain. I didn't even think about direction. I just ran toward where I thought the yard was, pushing through brush and low limbs, heart hammering, so loud it drowned out everything else. I didn't stop until I saw the gate. Jared was already there, holding it open, yelling at us to move. One by one we poured out of the trees, gasping for air. As soon as the last person was through, Jared slammed the gate shut and clicked the lock so fast it made a loud snap. Then we all sprinted toward the house. We crashed through the back door and into the kitchen like a herd of animals, panting, eyes wide, shaking. That's when I saw him, Sebastian, sitting on the couch in the living room, pale, breathing hard, but alive. For a moment, no one said anything. Then the questions came pouring out. Where had he gone? Why didn't he answer his phone? What happened? He told us he'd made it to the cabin, no problem. But just as he was turning to come back, he saw someone standing in the trees watching him. He said the guy didn't move at first, just stood there. Sebastian called out, thinking maybe it was Jared screwing with him. Then the guy started walking toward him. No flashlight, no noise, just walking. That's when Sebastian freaked out. He said he dropped his phone and ran, circling wide around the cabin to avoid the man. When he got back to the yard, no one was there. He waited, but we never came back, so he ran into the house thinking maybe we went another way. He said he didn't hear us screaming in the woods because his ears were ringing from the adrenaline. We sat there in stunned silence for a long time. No one laughed. No one joked. Jared didn't say a word. Eventually, he locked all the doors and windows. We stayed up the rest of the night, lights on, jumping at every little sound. We didn't call the cops. What would we even say? That we saw a man in the woods? That he chased us? In a place like ours, that kind of thing gets brushed off. Kids making up stories. Teenagers with overactive imaginations. But I know what I saw. The next morning, Jared and William went back out to the cabin to check it out. They found Sebastian's phone where we left it, the flashlight still on, battery dead. Nothing else. No footprints. No signs of anyone else being there. Just woods and silence. I never went back in those woods again. Not once. I don't care how many times I tell myself it was just some prankster, some local creep trying to scare kids. That's the best case scenario. But even that doesn't explain everything. Like how quiet he was, how fast he moved, how he didn't make a single sound chasing us through dry leaves and broken branches. It doesn't explain the feeling I got when I saw him, that cold, primal fear that shot through me like ice water. The kind of fear that doesn't come from someone playing a joke. The kind that comes from knowing, deep in your gut, that you're being hunted. It's been years since that night, and I still think about it every time Halloween rolls around. I don't go trick-or-treating anymore. Don't go to parties. I don't even watch horror movies like I used to. Something about that night changed things. Not just in my head, but in how I see the world. Because up until then, I thought I knew what scary meant. I thought monsters were just in movies, in books, behind screens. But real fear? It doesn't come with music cues or dramatic lighting. It comes when you're 15, standing in the woods at night, and something, you don't recognize is standing right behind you, watching, and you realize in that moment that you're not alone. And maybe you never were. I woke up with a feeling of heaviness that had settled into my chest in the middle of the night. The kind of feeling that didn't let you go, no matter how much you tried to shake it off. It wasn't a nightmare that had caused the panic. It was the dream, That asterisk dream. The one that I had hoped would never come. The one that would mess with my head and stay in my mind long after I opened my eyes. But that's how dreams work, right? They linger. They follow you like shadows, no matter where you go. The dream was as vivid as it gets. There's no way to explain it without feeling some part of me come undone all over again. I'm still not sure why it hit me like it did, even though I hadn't thought much about my old friend lately. She had been on my mind, sure, but not in a way that made me feel like this. I didn't expect the images, the feelings, or the rush of memories. I didn't expect the guilt. Her name was something I hadn't said out loud in months, not since I found out how she'd gone. Her name was Marissa. We were close when we were younger, back in middle school. In 8th grade, I knew her more than anyone else. She had a way of talking, of just letting things out, whether it was a silly complaint about a homework assignment or something more serious. She trusted me, and I did my best to be there for her. We used to make fun of each other, but there were also these deep talks. Deep talks about everything from our parents to our futures to the tough stuff we couldn't really share with anyone else. It was always me listening, and she'd always call me Cat Lady 710. It was our little thing. She called me that, and I never questioned why. I was just glad she was sharing with me. I didn't want to ever make her feel like I wouldn't listen. That was just who I was. I was there for her, and it felt good to be needed. But things change, right? High school came, and the group of friends I had drifted. People go in different directions, and you lose touch. That's what happened. Marissa and I were no longer as close. We didn't keep in contact much, not after the first year of high school. I wasn't the person she turned to anymore, not in the way she once did. I couldn't tell you why. Maybe she just needed someone else, someone who could understand her better. I wanted to, but we both grew into different people. It was natural, I guess. Still, the thought of her never left my mind. We'd have little brief encounters at school, in the halls, or even in passing when I went to visit my old neighborhood. But each time I saw her, it felt like a shadow of the past. We'd say hi, exchange a few awkward words, and then go our separate ways again. The news of her death came out of nowhere. No one saw it coming. No one had any idea. How could they? I didn't even know she had been struggling. I never knew she was hurting that badly. It's hard to wrap your head around something like that, especially when it happens to someone you once cared about. I mean, people think they know people, but sometimes you don't know. It was a normal day when I found out. I was scrolling through my phone like usual when I saw a post on social media. Someone I knew from school had posted something, but it wasn't just a regular post, it was a memorial for Marissa. The message was brief, but it was clear what had happened. She had shot herself. At first, I didn't want to believe it. The words didn't seem to make sense. But there it was in black and white. I tried to call people. I even called my old friends, people who had been close with her back then. Everyone was still in shock. No one had any idea why she'd do something like that. But I guess, in the back of my mind, I wondered if I could have been there for her. If I had reached out, would things have been different? Could I have saved her? I hated myself for asking those questions, but they kept coming over and over, like an itch that wouldn't go away. A few months later, I got the gruesome details. They told me she didn't die immediately. She shot herself once, but she didn't die from that first shot. She crawled or somehow reached for the gun again. She must have been in so much pain, but in that moment, she made the choice to end it. And she did. The thought of her going through that, crawling for the gun, in that much agony, just to make sure the pain stopped, it made me feel sick. That was too much. The image stayed with me, haunting me. I couldn't get it out of my head. I'd go to bed and try to sleep, but all I could think about was what she must have gone through in those final moments. I wasn't there. None of us were. And now she was gone. She didn't even get to say goodbye. Then came the dream. It was like one of those dreams where it feels so real that when you wake up, you're not sure where you are anymore. You wonder if what happened in the dream was something you actually lived through. It was so strange. I didn't expect it, but it was as vivid as it could get. I was back in middle school. Everything looked the same. My old school, the sidewalk, the benches, even the weather. It was that kind of autumn day where the sun was still warm, but there was a hint of coolness in the air. I was standing outside, talking to someone I didn't know. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a familiar voice. My therapist, Cat Lady 710. The sound of her voice, it was unmistakable. I turned around, and there she was. It was Marissa, but something was terribly wrong. She was smiling, waving at me, but there was something off about her. Her face, her half-face, looked wrong. She didn't have a full head anymore. The right side of her head was completely missing. There was just a mess of blood and brain matter oozing down her neck. She was standing there in front of me, smiling as if nothing was wrong. I froze. In the dream, I couldn't move. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I just stood there, watching her, watching the blood slowly drip from the jagged edges of what was left of her skull. Her body was intact, but the damage to her head was so horrifying that it made my stomach churn. And through all of this gruesome image, she kept smiling, kept waving at me. She kept saying, over and over, "Goodbye, goodbye, Cat Lady 710. The words were distant, like echoes, but they were clear. It was like she was saying goodbye, and I didn't know how to respond. My body was frozen. I don't know how long I stood there, just staring at her. In the dream, I couldn't speak. I couldn't say anything. But somehow, I managed to raise my hand and wave back. I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I couldn't bring myself to scream or even run. All I could do was watch her, like some terrible slow-motion moment. And then, just as quickly as the dream had started, it ended. I woke up in my bed, my heart pounding. I couldn't breathe. The dream was so vivid that it felt like I had actually seen her, like she had actually come back just to say goodbye. The way she had smiled, the way she had waved, that asterisk was real. It felt real. It was real to me. The thing that struck me the most was the feeling that followed. It wasn't fear. It wasn't terror. It was calmness, a kind of acceptance. It was as though, in that moment, she was telling me everything was okay. She was gone, but she wasn't in pain anymore. She didn't need to suffer. And maybe, just maybe, that was her way of saying goodbye, the only way she could. I laid there, trying to process everything that had happened in the dream. The details were too much, too vivid, too clear. I couldn't shake the image of her, and I didn't think I'd ever be able to forget it. But in that moment, I also understood something important. She had left. She was gone, and there was nothing more I could do. I'd never get the chance to say goodbye to her in real life, but maybe that's how she found peace. Maybe that's what she wanted me to know. She wasn't in pain anymore. She wasn't hurting. And that thought, as sad as it was, gave me some kind of peace. A strange peace that I couldn't explain. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. There were no magic words or impossible solutions. It was just a goodbye. A painful, heartbreaking, but final goodbye. And that was it. That was all I could hold on to. She was my 8th grade friend, and I would miss her forever. It was a quiet weekend at my grandmother's house, tucked deep in the country. The house was isolated, surrounded by fields of tall grass and a few cows grazing lazily in the distance. No neighbors nearby, and the only thing I could hear at night was the soft hum of the gas well far off and the occasional clank that echoed through the air. It was peaceful, maybe too peaceful, but I liked it that way. I was staying alone for the weekend, which was a rare occurrence. My grandmother was off visiting relatives, and I'd stayed behind to get some time to myself. I'd been playing video games for hours in the room at the far end of the house, a room that had been added long after the house was built. It stuck out a little, almost like an afterthought, with a single window that looked out into the darkened field. The window had a mesh drape that hung loosely, just enough to blur any view outside. I wasn't exactly worried about what was out there. I was too caught up in my game. I had my headphones on, the kind that blocked out everything else, so I was practically screaming into the mic, chatting loudly with friends. The game was intense, and my friends were hyped up, giving me the adrenaline rush I needed to stay awake and in the zone. Then, out of nowhere, it happened. A blood-curdling scream pierced the silence, cutting through the ambient hum of the gas well and the rustling of the wind. It sounded like a woman, her voice full of terror, running for her life. My heart froze. I was so stunned that for a moment, I couldn't even process what I had heard. It took me a few seconds to tear my mind away from the game and focus on what was happening. I quickly yanked one ear free from my headphones, straining to listen more carefully. "Guys, did you hear that?" I mumbled into the mic, my voice sounding quieter than usual, a little shaky. "I think someone just screamed outside my window. Hold on a sec." I sat absolutely still, trying to listen for any other sounds, any clue that would tell me what was going on. I couldn't hear anything, though. No more screams. Just the wind picking up, causing the trees outside to sway. My heart was still racing. but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was just an animal, something wild out there making a noise. I'd heard strange things before, living out in the country like this. I thought about it for a moment, my gaze flicking nervously toward the window. The faint glow from my computer screen lit up the room, but beyond that, everything was dark. My fingers hovered over the keys for a moment as I tried to convince myself it was nothing. After all, it could have been the wind, or maybe some animal just making a noise in the night. I locked the doors, just to be safe, then returned to my game. The chatter of my friends helped ground me, and I tried to push the thought of that scream out of my head. Time passed, and the earlier tension started to fade. The game pulled me back in, and I almost forgot about it altogether. But then, without warning, I heard it again. A sound, but this time it was more pronounced, and it made my skin crawl. Thud, 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 thud. At first, I thought it might be the wind again. Maybe something outside was being blown around. But no, it sounded too distinct, too deliberate. Like someone was walking, heavy steps on a hollow surface, one after another. The sound was coming from above, from the roof, it seemed. My heart leapt into my throat. I spun my chair around, looking toward the door behind me, which was closed. The thudding continued, and it sounded just like footsteps. I strained to hear any other sounds, anything to make sense of this. The wind was still there, blowing through the trees outside, but the footsteps, they didn't stop. I grabbed the knife I kept by the desk and the bat from the corner of the room. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I couldn't remember if I had closed the gate earlier. My grandmother's dog, a large, old mutt, was still asleep in the corner, seemingly unbothered by the noise. That was strange, I thought. Shouldn't the dog be reacting? Shouldn't the animal have heard something? My friends on voice chat were still talking, but I wasn't listening to them anymore. I could barely focus on what they were saying. The thudding continued, clear as day. My anxiety grew with every echo. It was impossible to ignore now. Someone or something was on the roof, and it was moving. I told my friends, "It seriously sounds like someone is on my roof at 4 a.m. They didn't take me seriously, but I wasn't joking. I could feel the adrenaline pumping through me, my body alert and tense, every muscle strung tight. The thuds came again. Thud, thud, thud. Each one felt closer, and I couldn't take it anymore. I stood up from my chair, the bat in one hand, the knife in the other. I crept toward the door, my heart pounding in my chest. I paused before opening it, trying to gather enough courage to step into the dark hallway. The house was silent now, almost unnaturally so. No sounds came from inside, and the wind outside had calmed down. It was as if everything had stopped to let the thuds grow louder. With a deep breath, I slowly opened the door and stepped into the dark hallway. It was completely still in here, the quiet overwhelming. And then I heard it again. Thud, thud. But this time, it didn't sound like it was coming from above. It was on the side of the house. I stood still, listening hard. The thud now had a metallic clang to it, something sharp that didn't belong. My mind raced, trying to figure out what could be making that sound. The wind had picked up again, gusting outside, making the trees sway. But this noise, it was constant, deliberate. I walked toward the front door, that held tightly in my hand, and slowly opened it. I peered outside, eyes straining to adjust to the darkness. Thud, thud, thud. It was right there, so loud now, I could almost feel it in my chest. But when I looked around, there was nothing. The wind was pushing the trees around, but that was it. I glanced to the left of my bedroom wall, toward the edge of the house, and that's when I saw it. There, just next to the house, swaying with the wind, was a metal vine trellis. It was leaning against the wall, loose in the ground, and when the wind picked up, it banged against the side of the house, making a noise that sounded exactly like footsteps. The metal clangs were the trellis being knocked around by the wind. It was the trellis, making the noise that had sent my heart racing. I felt stupid. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. My pulse began to slow down, and I stood there, staring at the trellis. The wind blew a little harder, and the trellis clanged again, exactly in time with the thuds I had been hearing. It was all so obvious now. That damn trellis. I felt a mix of relief and embarrassment. I closed the door softly, my hands still shaking slightly. I could feel the adrenaline beginning to fade, leaving me with a cold sweat on the back of my neck. I had been convinced someone was out there. The scream, the thuds, the fear that had built up in me. It had all been for nothing. I walked back to my room, still feeling the tension in my body, but now it was more from the weirdness of the whole thing than actual fear. The thought of that scream still lingered in my mind, but I did some quick research the next day. It turns out the scream I had heard was a fox, specifically a vixen howl. They make these terrifying, high-pitched screams that sound eerily human, especially in the dead of night. The noise I'd heard outside my window had been one of those. A fox in distress, probably calling out for a mate. It was just another reminder of how easily the mind can run wild in the quiet of the night. Everything about that night felt so real, so terrifying, but in the end, it had all been perfectly ordinary, just misunderstood. I never looked at that trellis the same way again. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but it's one of those memories that's never really left me. It's been years since it happened, but every time I smell something rotten or hear a particular kind of silence, I feel like I'm back there again, standing in that house with a feeling of dread crawling up my spine. I was 11 at the time, just a kid, but old enough to understand that something wasn't right that day. My little brother, who was about 6, was still excited to spend time with our stepdad's dad, Danny. It was a routine we had every Wednesday. My stepdad would drop my brother off at Danny's house and then drive us back home. Simple enough, and most of the time I wasn't too interested in hanging around. I wasn't close to Danny. He was one of those old-school, quiet guys who didn't really care much for kids, especially ones who weren't even his blood. My brother was different. He loved visiting Danny, loved hearing his old stories, and the way he'd spend hours just sitting in his chair, pretending to watch the TV when in reality, he was just dozing off. But that Wednesday, it was different. When we pulled up to Danny's house, everything seemed normal at first. The old house sat at the edge of the neighborhood, a bit rundown but solid enough. There was that familiar little garden out back, and the dog, a big mutt named Rufus, was usually there waiting to greet us. We knocked on the front door like we always did, but there was no answer. That was strange. Danny wasn't the type to just leave you hanging. Maybe he was asleep, I thought. Still, we checked the back door. It was usually unlocked since Rufus would run around in the backyard. But this time, the door was shut, but not locked. "Guess we'll have to go in," I said, not really thinking anything of it at the time. My stepdad, who was always a bit more cautious, raised an eyebrow, but he followed me inside, letting my little brother trail behind. We didn't hear Rufus barking, which was even stranger. I mean, the dog was usually all over us the second we stepped into the yard. But no barking, no scratching at the door. Nothing. So I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The first thing I noticed was the mess in the kitchen. Rufus had gotten into Danny's bag of kibble. There were bits of food everywhere, and the bag was torn apart, like the dog had gone to town on it. Danny had always been so good about keeping things tidy, so this was a little off. Rufus had never done anything like that before. It felt like something wasn't right, but my kid brain didn't connect the dots. I walked through the kitchen and into the hallway, calling for Danny. "Danny." My voice felt a little small, like it didn't fit in the big, empty house. There was no answer. "Danny, are you in there?" I tried again, but the house was silent. I moved through the rooms, starting with the hallway. All the lights were off. That was strange, too. Danny wasn't the type to leave the house in the dark. He usually had the lamp on in the living room, or sometimes he'd even sit in the kitchen with the light on while he drank his tea. But it was dark. It was like the house itself was holding its breath. I went upstairs, thinking maybe Danny was napping. But no, the bedrooms were all empty. I knocked on each bathroom door before I even tried to open them. There was no sound, no movement. It was like the house had swallowed him whole. I started to feel a little nervous, but I figured he had just gone out back, maybe to check on the garden. So I headed downstairs, hoping I would find him there. I turned the corner into the living room, and that's when I saw him. Danny was sitting in his favorite chair, the old recliner that had been falling apart for years. The TV was on, but it was just static, flickering across the screen in a way that felt wrong. Everything about that room felt wrong. The blinds were all shut, and the air was thick, like the house had been holding onto some kind of dampness. And there he was, Danny, but he wasn't moving. His head was tilted back, and his eyes were closed, his face pale. His tongue was hanging out of his mouth, swollen and discolored. Flies were buzzing around him. I froze. My stomach dropped. My mind couldn't process what I was seeing. I felt like I was standing outside my own body, watching this scene unfold, but unable to do anything about it. It didn't make sense. I didn't want it to make sense. I didn't want to be the one to find him like this. I remember the air feeling like it thickened, pressing down on me. I wanted to scream, to run, but all I could do was back away slowly. My legs were shaking, my breath coming in short bursts. I turned around and bolted out of the house, not even looking back. I couldn't look back. I didn't want to see any more. Outside, I screamed, calling for my stepdad. My brother's dad came rushing out, his face pale when I told him what I found. I could hear the panic in his voice as he ran back inside to check. I couldn't bring myself to follow him. The house felt like it had swallowed me whole, and I was afraid I'd never be able to escape it. It wasn't long before the police arrived. I don't remember much of that part. There were sirens, people talking in hushed voices, and I could see the look on my stepdad's face as he talked to the officers. He had to confirm what I had found. He had to make sure that I wasn't just imagining it. And I knew deep down that what I had seen wasn't a mistake. It was real, and I was the one who had to face it. They had to take me and my brother back to the car while they handled everything. I don't know how long we waited in the dark, but I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on me, suffocating me. I could hear the muffled sounds of the police moving around inside the house, the quiet shuffle of footsteps, the thud of something heavy being moved. And all I could do was sit there in the car, feeling like I was trapped in that moment forever. Eventually, my stepdad came back outside, holding a blanket in his arms. He said he was going back inside to get something, but I think he just didn't want us to see them bringing Danny's body out of the house. I didn't want to see it either. I didn't want to know that the person who had been there for us was gone, that his lifeless body was sitting in that chair, his mouth open in a final, grotesque gesture of death. We spent the night with the police, waiting for them to finish their work. The house, the yard, the neighborhood, it was all just wrong. The stillness of it, the sense of finality in the air, was suffocating. By the time the morning came, I didn't know what to feel anymore. I felt like I had been robbed of something, like a part of me had been torn away, and I couldn't get it back. The next few days were a blur. We had the funeral, and everyone tried to pretend like everything was okay. But I couldn't forget what I had seen. I couldn't forget the smell, the sickly sweet, rotting smell that clung to my clothes, to my hair, to my skin. Even now, when I catch a whiff of that scent, I feel my heart race, and my body tenses up. I can't shake it. It's always there, lurking just beneath the surface. My stepdad, though, he took it the hardest. I think he blamed himself for not being there when Danny passed. He couldn't forgive himself for not checking on him sooner. He spent a long time in silence, lost in his own head. I remember him waking up in the middle of the night, sweating, as though he was afraid he might die in his sleep, just like Danny. And then there was my brother. He was too young to understand, but in his own way, I think he blocked it all out. He never talked about Danny after that. It was like the memory of him just disappeared from his mind, and he never looked back. For me, though, it was different. I couldn't forget. I couldn't escape it. It's like that house still owns a piece of me, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to get it back. Every year that passes, I think I'm over it, but then something will happen, a smell, a sound, and I'm right back there again, standing in that living room, staring at Danny's lifeless body. That house, that day, will never leave me. And no matter how much time passes, I don't think I'll ever forget the way it felt to be the one who found him. I was around 10 years old the summer I spent at my grandparents' house. It was always a mix of excitement and boredom for me. Exciting because my grandparents lived in a small town, surrounded by woods, open fields, and the kind of sprawling backyards you don't see much in the city. Boredom, too, because there was only so much time a kid could spend reading or playing with my grandmother's old board games before running out of things to do. My grandfather's house was nice, tucked in a quiet neighborhood, with no fences separating the yards. That, of course, meant I had free access to the entire block and beyond. It wasn't unusual to wander into someone's yard as a kid. Nobody really minded. And since there were no fences, it all seemed like one big open space for me to explore. I'd spend hours out there, just wandering aimlessly. The backyards all stretched together in a way that made the whole neighborhood feel like one massive playground. The terrain was hilly, dotted with trees that seemed to stretch endlessly toward the forest. Every so often, I'd come across something unusual. A swing set that hadn't been used in years, an old shed half sunk into the ground, or even a garden full of vegetables, none of which I had any idea how to tend to. It was a strange sort of wilderness, something like the edge of the world in my young eyes, where no one bothered to look after things. One afternoon, I wandered farther than usual. The path between the houses stretched out before me, and there was something about the woods ahead that caught my attention. The trees were denser here, and the air smelled different, like damp earth and moss. I kept walking, not really thinking about what I was doing, until I found something that made my heart skip a beat. At first, I thought I was seeing things, a small tent tucked between the trees, sitting just beyond the backyards of a couple of houses. It was so out of place. There was no reason for a tent to be here, especially not so far from anyone's house. I paused, staring at it, wondering who would have left it there. I was curious, of course. I couldn't resist. I was a kid, after all, and curiosity was second nature to me. Without really thinking, I made my way over, stepping quietly between the trees until I was right up close to the tent. It looked normal enough on the outside. Nothing unusual about it except that it was in such a strange, secluded spot. But there was something off about it. Maybe it was the fact that it was sitting there completely unattended. Or maybe it was just my gut telling me that I should turn around and go back. But I didn't. Instead, I crouched down to the tent's entrance and peeked inside. At first, the interior of the tent was hard to make out. It was dim inside, the sunlight barely getting through the trees above. But when my eyes adjusted, I saw what was inside, and I could feel my stomach twist with confusion. The small space was covered in scattered magazines, hundreds of them. It was like someone had dumped an entire collection of them onto the floor, left them there to pile up. I remember some were torn, others crinkled, all of them showing photos I couldn't quite make sense of, or maybe I didn't want to. There were Polaroids too, strewn across the floor and pinned to the walls with Scotch tape. Some were even hanging from the ceiling. The Polaroids were something I didn't fully understand at the time, but the sheer number of them, the way they covered the walls, made the tent feel wrong. It didn't sit right with me. I can still remember the uncomfortable feeling that crawled up my spine. I hadn't understood what pornography was back then, not fully. But looking back now, I realized what I had stumbled upon. It wasn't just a random collection of magazines and photos. It was a private, hidden world that someone had created, tucked away in the middle of nowhere, for reasons that only made sense to them. I still wonder what kind of person would leave something like that out there, hidden from everyone, yet so close to other people's homes. In the corner of the tent, almost hidden by the clutter, there was a sleeping bag. It wasn't even tucked away. It was just there, sitting on the floor, as though someone had left it in a hurry. For a moment, I stood there, staring at it, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. I didn't know why, but I felt like I shouldn't have been there. Something in the air felt wrong, like I had crossed into someone else's world, a world I wasn't meant to see. I remember thinking about leaving, but I didn't. I was a kid, and when you're that young, your curiosity sometimes outweighs the sense of caution. I took a few steps inside, bending down to look at the magazines, the Polaroids. The photos on the wall seemed to catch the dim light, and I couldn't make out the details clearly, but I didn't need to. The feeling of unease was enough. My mind tried to make sense of what I was seeing, but it couldn't. And instead of getting scared, I just felt confused, like I had walked into a space I wasn't supposed to be in, a space that felt both private and public at the same time. As I stood there, still unsure of what to do next, I heard something. It wasn't loud, but it was enough to make my heart race. It was a noise from outside the tent, footsteps, light but unmistakable. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. For a split second, I thought about running. I didn't want to get caught in this place. But the sound stopped, and everything went quiet again. I waited, straining to hear any more movement, but nothing came. After what felt like an eternity, I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the opening of the tent. I didn't run, not yet, but I wanted to. Finally, I stepped back, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath my feet. I turned and walked away from the tent, back the way I came, the uneasy feeling lingering in my chest. I didn't dare look back until I was sure I was far enough away. The woods felt different now, quieter, like something had shifted. I didn't talk about the tent with anyone, not even my parents or my grandparents. I couldn't bring myself to explain what I had seen, not when I didn't understand it myself. It was just one of those things you bury deep in your mind and hope it stays there, hidden. Years passed. I went back to that house many times, spent summers there, but I never went near that spot again. The tent, whatever it had been, stayed with me in a way I couldn't shake. Even now, When I think back on it, the oddness of it all creeps into my mind. That feeling of walking into something private, something that wasn't meant to be discovered, lingers. I can't help but wonder about the person who put that tent there, why they chose that particular spot, why they left it all behind in the first place. But I'll never know. I didn't have the courage to ask. And I'm not sure I would have wanted to know the answer anyway. The weird part of this story isn't the tent itself, or even what was inside it. The strange part is that I didn't recognize how strange it was at the time. I didn't get the full weight of what I had seen, or how dangerous that situation could have been. Now, as an adult, I see it for what it was, a creepy, unsettling reminder of how sometimes we stumble into things we're never meant to understand. Things that are best left alone, buried in the backyards of someone else's life, far away from our own. I was about 13 or 14 years old the day it happened. The day I had one of the creepiest experiences of my life. It's been nearly 20 years since then, and I still remember every detail as though it happened yesterday. I was home alone that night. My dad was at a fire practice, which meant I was on my own with the dogs. Our family had 2 dogs, my own, a German Shepherd, and a dog we were sitting for a neighbor. The other dog was a mixed breed, smaller and a little more passive than mine, who was always incredibly protective. My dog was my constant companion and made me feel safe. The other dog didn't really have much interest in protecting me, but that didn't matter. My dog had a sixth sense about danger, and I trusted her completely. It was an evening in the early spring, the kind where the air still had a chill, but you could sense summer wasn't too far away. The house was quiet. The only sounds were the occasional rattle of the wind against the window and the dogs moving around. Everything seemed perfectly normal, at least until the knock at the door. Our house had a screen door that was pretty sturdy, but it had a little lock. It wasn't a deadbolt or anything fancy, but it was enough to stop anyone from barging right in. I remember sitting on the couch, watching TV or maybe reading a book, when I heard it, knock, 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 on the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I felt a flicker of unease in my stomach, but I figured it was probably just a neighbor or someone selling something. At the time, it didn't seem strange, but the feeling didn't go away. I got up and walked toward the door, with both dogs trailing behind me, their paws clicking against the hardwood floors. My dog, the German Shepherd, was acting a little strange. She was quiet, her ears pointed, but she was looking intently at the door. The other dog, who was normally easygoing, didn't seem to care at all, just lounging around like nothing was out of the ordinary. I stood by the main door for a moment, trying to get a glimpse of whoever was on the other side. I wasn't sure why, but I had an instinct to hesitate. Something wasn't right. So instead of opening the door right away, I pulled back the curtain slightly to peek through the small window in the door. I saw him standing there, just standing there, staring at the door. He didn't even move when he heard me approach. He was older, probably in his mid to late 40s, with long, shoulder-length silver hair that looked a little greasy. He had a matching silver mustache that looked like it had been carefully trimmed, but there was something off about his appearance. He wore black pants, a black shirt, and a brown leather jacket that was worn but not old. He looked out of place, like someone who didn't belong in this neighborhood, but that alone wouldn't have been enough to make me feel uneasy. What really got to me, what made my heart skip a beat, was his eyes. He wasn't just waiting for me to open the door, he was watching me, studying me. And when I looked through that little window, he didn't even blink. I couldn't tell if he was smiling or if his face was just stuck in an odd expression, but it made my skin crawl. It wasn't like a normal, friendly visitor. He didn't have the look of someone who wanted to talk. He just stood there. I took a step back, suddenly feeling a wave of panic wash over me. I wasn't stupid. I'd seen enough news stories to know better than to just open the door to a stranger, especially one that looked so out of place. I glanced at my dogs, both of them now alert, standing next to me with their fur standing on end. Even the smaller dog, who had been lazy and indifferent just moments before, had his hackles raised. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were focused on the door. I wasn't sure what to do. The guy had been trying to talk to me through the door, but I could barely make out what he was saying. His voice was low, almost a whisper, but he was persistent. "Come outside," he said, barely loud enough for me to hear. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, and I could see my dog, the German Shepherd, taking a step closer to the door, positioning herself between me and the stranger. I could tell from the look in her eyes that she was already on edge. I knew I had to lock the door, but there was something in me that told me I needed to do it quietly. I didn't want to give this guy a reason to get more aggressive. So, I took a deep breath and, without taking my eyes off him, I reached for the handle and turned the little lock. The sound of the bolt sliding into place felt like it echoed in my ears. As soon as I locked it, I saw his expression change. His face hardened, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at me like I had just betrayed him. There was something almost angry in his gaze, but he didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring. The silence between us felt thick, like I could cut it with a knife. For a moment, I thought he might try to force his way in. But then, without warning, he turned and started walking away. His steps were slow, deliberate. He didn't look back at me once, and that was almost worse. It was like he had known exactly what I was going to do, as if this was all part of his plan. I stood frozen, watching him walk down the driveway, but before he even got to the end of the yard, I heard something else, something that made my blood run cold. The side gate to the yard creaked open. I didn't waste any time. I bolted to the side door, my heart racing in my chest, and I fumbled with the lock. I didn't even know if I could make it in time, but somehow I managed to get it latched just as the man reached the side of the house. I could hear his footsteps, slow and deliberate, right outside the door. I stood there, not daring to breathe, hoping he wouldn't notice that I was there. The dogs were still growling, their teeth bared, but they were just as afraid as I was. I felt the fear that had gripped me tighten in my chest. I waited. I stood there in the dark, trying not to make a sound, just listening to every little noise, my whole body frozen with fear. The dogs were still on edge, their growls low and warning. I waited for what felt like forever before the footsteps finally stopped. I didn't hear him leave, but I didn't hear him getting any closer either. It was like he had just disappeared, but I didn't trust it. Not for a second. I ran to the phone and called my dad. I don't know how I managed to keep my voice steady when I spoke to him, but I did. I told him everything, and the moment he heard what had happened, I could hear him telling the others at the fire hall that he had to leave. He said he'd be home in 5 minutes. I think I was still holding the phone when he pulled into the driveway. I didn't know how to explain to him what had just happened. How could I? How could I even begin to put into words the kind of fear I had felt? When my dad came inside, he immediately calmed the dogs down. He checked around the house, but the man was gone. No sign of him, nothing at all. But as we talked about it, I realized something. I'd gotten lucky. If I hadn't listened to my instincts, if I hadn't locked that door, I don't know what would have happened. I don't think I want to know. Later that night, the phone started ringing. It was the police, asking if everything was okay. Apparently, some of my dad's colleagues at the fire department had called in a report. It turned out that they had already sent officers to patrol the area around our house. They didn't want to take any chances. For the next few days, I could see police cars in the neighborhood, keeping an eye out. But that man never came back. And even though everything seemed to go back to normal, I never forgot about that night. I still get chills when I think about how close I came to something awful. I don't think the guy had a plan to just scare me. I think he had something far worse in mind. But if I'd been alone, if the dogs hadn't been there to warn me, if I hadn't trusted my gut, I don't even want to think about it. I'll never know who that man was or what he wanted, but I know this. I learned to trust my instincts. And I'll never forget the look on his face, the anger, the frustration when I locked that door. Because that was the last thing I did that night, lock the door. And it was the thing that probably saved my life. Let me start off by saying that I don't really believe in ghosts. I never have. I'm the kind of person who looks for logic first. Weird noise in the house. It's probably the pipes. Strange shadow in the corner. It's just the way the light is hitting the furniture. I don't jump to conclusions or let my imagination run wild. But this one night, it still sits with me years later. It happened during a road trip my family took from Canada down to Myrtle Beach in the US. And though I've tried to explain it away, there's something about that night that won't leave me alone. There were 10 of us all together, 2 families of 5. My parents, me, my younger sister, and my little brother, and then our family friends, another couple and their 3 kids who were around our ages. It was a long trip. We were taking our time, stopping at landmarks and small towns, eating at roadside diners, making a vacation out of the drive itself. That day had been one of the longer ones. We'd visited some small museum, I don't even remember where, and spent the rest of the afternoon in the car, crawling through traffic until we hit a quieter stretch of highway. By evening, we were somewhere in the middle of nowhere. It was dark by the time we rolled into the hotel. It wasn't a fancy place, probably a Best Western or something similar. A big, blocky building sitting by itself on a hilltop, the kind of place you only find because you're desperate for a bed and it shows up on the GPS. There weren't any other buildings around except for the highway down below, which curved off through the hills in the distance. The parking lot was mostly empty. Just a couple of cars under the yellowed overhead lights. The lobby was quiet. It smelled faintly of cleaning supplies and stale air conditioning. The receptionist barely looked up when we checked in. My family got one of the second-floor rooms. 2 double beds, a fold-out cot at the end, and a long dresser with a TV bolted on top. Standard hotel stuff. Beige wallpaper. Thick blackout curtains. That humming wall-mounted AC unit that ran all night with a low groan. I remember being tired. All of us were. We didn't even bother unpacking much, just brought up the essentials. Toothbrushes, pajamas, chargers. We always slept like a pack when we stayed in hotels. My sister and I in one bed, my brother in the cot, and my parents in the other bed across the room. It felt safer that way. Familiar. Cozy even, despite the bland hotel setting. We always joked around before bed, tossing pillows, whispering dumb things until one of our parents told us to knock it off. That night was no different. We laughed about something that had happened at lunch, teased each other a bit, and then slowly quieted down as the room got dark and the exhaustion settled in. I fell asleep pretty quickly. I remember rolling onto my side, facing the edge of the bed, one leg stretched out under the sheet, the other curled up. The AC unit rattled now and then, but otherwise, it was peaceful. No city noise, no hallway traffic. Just quiet. I don't know what time it was when I first woke up. I didn't check the clock, but something pulled me out of sleep. I felt a touch, faint but clear, right on the arch of my foot. Just a single poke, almost like someone tapping their finger there. It wasn't harsh, just enough to stir me. I half opened my eyes and reflexively jerked my foot back, assuming it was my little brother messing around. He was always playing dumb pranks on us, poking, tickling, whispering nonsense when we were half asleep. I didn't think much of it. I gave a small kick in his direction and mumbled something, then pulled the sheet tighter around me and drifted off again. Maybe 20 minutes later, maybe more, I'm not sure, I felt it again. But this time it wasn't a poke. It was more like a grip. Not painful, not rough, but unmistakably a hand around my foot. A full hand. Thumb on top, fingers underneath. Slow and steady. I woke up more sharply this time. Still groggy, but alert enough to feel irritation rising in me. I kicked again, a bit harder, and pulled my feet up toward my chest. I didn't even open my eyes fully. I just tucked myself into a tighter position and figured that would be the end of it. But it wasn't. I don't know how long I was asleep the third time before it happened again. Maybe half an hour, maybe more. But this time it was different. I didn't just feel a touch. I felt movement. I was being pulled. My entire leg, from the ankle down, was sliding toward the end of the bed. I'd curled up earlier, and now I could feel the tension on my ankle as it was being drawn downward. It wasn't fast. It wasn't jerky. It was painfully slow, almost cautious. But it was real. The sheet moved with me. I remember the sensation of the fabric sliding against my calf. My eyes shot open, heart pounding. I didn't scream, didn't make a sound. I was too confused. I sat up fast, ready to punch my brother or shove him off his stupid cot for trying to scare me. My fists were clenched, and I was breathing hard. But when I looked, he wasn't near me at all. He was in the cot, under his own sheet, completely still, facing the wall. His breathing was deep and even. He didn't flinch, didn't stir. I waited for a second, expecting him to start laughing, to roll over and say he got me. But nothing. Just the hum of the AC and the soft ticking from the clock near the door. I called his name quietly. Nothing. He didn't even move. That's when my stomach dropped. I scanned the room. The curtains were drawn tight. The door was bolted. My parents were both asleep across the room, their outlines just visible in the faint light from the clock. My sister was next to me, curled into a ball, back turned. No one else. Nothing else. But the feeling, I can't explain it. It was like a pressure in the room. Like the air had gotten heavier all at once. Not hot or cold. Just thick. Dense. My ears were ringing a bit, like after a loud noise. I felt something primal kick in then. Not logic, not reason, just fear. Real fear. I shook my sister awake. I was still whispering, but I was shaking. I accused her of messing with me, of sneaking down to grab my foot. I needed someone to say it was a joke. Something stupid. Something I could laugh at. But the look on her face, confused, then nervous, told me she wasn't lying. She said she hadn't moved all night, that she was just sleeping. We both sat up and stared at my brother. He still hadn't moved, still faced the wall. I got up this time, walked to his cot, and shook him. He groaned, blinked, and sat up halfway, annoyed and dazed. Said he had no idea what I was talking about. I stared at him for a long time, trying to figure out if he was lying. But he was out of it. Puffy eyes, hair messed up, confused expression. There's no way he'd been up and crawling around the floor just moments before. He hadn't even heard me the first time I said his name. I felt my skin crawling. We sat together on the bed, the three of us, completely awake now. No one wanted to turn the lights on, but no one wanted to lay back down either. We just sat there in silence. Every creak in the building made us flinch. The AC turned on with a loud rattle, and I jumped so hard my sister grabbed my arm. I remember looking at the carpet near the end of the bed, half expecting to see a hand sticking out, or something worse. I pulled the covers up over my legs and kept them there, holding the edges tight. The rest of the night passed in silence. We didn't speak, just huddled together under the blankets, eyes flicking between shadows. Every time the building settled or a car passed on the highway far below, we stiffened. My parents never stirred. Somehow, they slept through the whole thing. At some point, I must have dozed off again. A light, restless sleep. I kept waking up in short bursts, heart thudding, checking to see if I was still in bed. My ankle felt sore the next morning, probably from the way I'd been curled up or pulling against something, though I never saw any marks. As soon as the sun came up, we were moving. I remember our parents waking us up and telling us to get dressed quickly. My dad was rushing more than usual. He hadn't slept well either. Said something about a bad feeling, about being uneasy all night. He didn't give details, just that he wanted to get back on the road. When we told him what had happened, he went quiet. Didn't say much after that. Just looked out the window for a while as we drove down the hill and back onto the highway. We didn't really talk about it with the other family. It felt weird to bring it up, like it would make it more real. But later, a few days into the trip, my sister brought it up again. Just between the three of us. We went over every detail, trying to figure it out. We thought maybe it was sleep paralysis, but I was fully able to move. I sat up. I kicked. I walked. It wasn't a dream. I know it wasn't. I've had dreams where I thought something was happening, but this wasn't that. The sensations were too sharp. The grip, the drag, the fear. I thought about the hotel staff. I thought about someone maybe sneaking in, but the door was locked and bolted. There was only one entrance, and the second-floor hallway was narrow and loud. Any movement out there echoed. We would have heard it. We even checked for gaps under the bed. Nothing. Just old carpet and some dust. No access from below. No crawl spaces. It was just a basic hotel room like any other. But something about it didn't feel right. Something had been in there with us. Maybe not in the way you'd think. Maybe not a ghost, not some haunted legend. But something. Something human. I don't know. I don't want to say it, but I've thought about it. I've gone over it in my head 100 times. I've tried to place the blame on tiredness, on tricks of the mind. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe my leg was falling off the bed and gravity did the rest. But I know how it felt. It felt like fingers. A palm. A pull. It was deliberate. Measured. Not something random. I lived in that house from the time I was 5 until I turned 16. It was a big, 2-story thing with peeling white paint and narrow wooden stairs that creaked even when no one was on them. The whole place had this old smell, like rotting newspapers and dust trapped behind the walls. Everyone said it was about 100 years old, maybe older. My parents bought it cheap, probably because anyone else who lived there before didn't stick around very long. But we stayed. 11 years. I think about that sometimes and wonder how we managed it, or why we didn't leave sooner. From the very beginning, it felt off. Not in the way people describe haunted houses in movies, or whatever. It wasn't like things flying around or blood dripping from walls. It was more subtle, more personal. The house got into your head. My bedroom was upstairs at the end of the hall. The window looked out into the backyard, which had this twisted old tree that leaned toward the house like it was trying to reach in. During storms, the branches would scrape the siding and sound like fingernails on the wall. The wallpaper in my room had tiny flowers that were faded in some spots, peeled in others. The bed was an old wooden thing with knobs on each post, passed down from some uncle or great-grandparent. I hated that bed. It always felt like it was holding on to something. I remember waking up to it shaking. Not violently, not like an earthquake, just a light, rhythmic vibration, like someone was standing at the end of it, slowly rocking it back and forth with their hands. I'd open my eyes and stare at the ceiling, wait for it to stop. Sometimes it would, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes I'd stay there for what felt like an hour, too afraid to move or look around the room. Other times, I'd hear whispering, right in my ear. Not words I understood, just soft, fast gibberish, like someone talking a mile a minute in a language that didn't belong to this place. I'd flinch, roll over, but there would never be anyone there. Just the sound of my own breathing and that damn creaking from the attic above me. The attic was through a door in the scariest room in the house. It was this small room at the very end of the hallway, opposite my bedroom. It didn't have much in it, just some boxes, a dusty desk, and a broken chair with a ripped cushion. But there was a door on the far wall that led to the attic, and that thing had a mind of its own. You'd close it tight, even lock it, and then hours later it'd be open again. Not wide open, just cracked, just enough to show the black space beyond it. Just enough to make your skin crawl. You could hear people up there sometimes. Not footsteps exactly. More like shuffling, like someone dragging their feet across the floor slowly, as if they didn't want to make too much noise. Other times it would sound like someone dropping something heavy, or moving boxes. We barely kept anything up there, so that never made sense. The worst part was that nobody else in the family really cared. My mom would say it's just an old house, and that houses make noise. My dad was always working and didn't believe in nonsense. And my two older brothers, they thought it was hilarious. They used to mess with me all the time, especially around Halloween. It was the 90s, and my mom had this habit of buying these dumb cassette tapes every October. You know, the kind where it's some guy pretending to be a vampire telling scary stories in a cheesy accent, with thunder and organ music in the background. Not scary now, but back then, when I was 8, it messed with me bad. The voices, the creepy music, the howling sounds, it all got into my head. That year, Halloween was getting close. I remember the leaves in the yard were piled up knee-deep, and the smell of them was always in the air. The wind had picked up too, made the house groan in the early mornings. My brothers, being the assholes they were, decided it'd be hilarious to dare me into something. They told me to go into that back room, the one with the attic door, and sit there by myself with the lights off and listen to one of those vampire tapes. They didn't offer me money or candy or anything, just pure peer pressure. One brother was 5 years older than me, the other 3, and they both had this way of ganging up on me, especially when my parents weren't paying attention. I didn't want to do it, but they kept at it, taunting me until I finally gave in just to shut them up. I remember standing in the hallway, looking into that room. The light was off, and the only glow came from the hallway behind me. The air felt heavier in there, like it was thicker, hard to breathe. My brother handed me the tape recorder, already playing, the vampire's voice slow and exaggerated as he told some dumb story about a haunted castle or something. I stepped into the room, the sound echoing slightly off the empty walls. They shut the door behind me. I sat on the floor, cross-legged, facing the attic door. I don't know why I didn't just turn the other way. Maybe it was some part of me trying to prove I wasn't scared. The voice on the tape got louder, then softer again, almost like it was whispering just to me. About 25, maybe 30 seconds in, I felt this sick, creeping feeling in my gut. The kind of fear that doesn't come from what you see or hear, but what you know is about to happen. I could feel it, like something was watching me. Not just from the attic, but from every dark corner of the room. I remember the smell changed too. It went from that musty, stale scent to something bitter, like burnt plastic or something sour rotting under the floorboards. Then I saw it, 3 inches from my face. This red, twisted face with sharp, yellowed teeth, glaring at me with eyes that didn't move, didn't blink. It wasn't a mask. It wasn't a trick of light. It was just there, sudden and real. It was the most violent thing I've ever seen in my life. I can't explain how something can feel violent just by existing, but that's what it was. It wasn't snarling or growling. It didn't need to. Its presence was enough. The skin was like it was stretched too tight over bone, and the teeth weren't human. They were too thin, too sharp, too long. It looked exactly like that red demon from Insidious, long before that movie ever came out. Except this wasn't a movie. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My whole body just locked. I don't remember standing up. I just remember running. Somehow, I made it down that hallway in what felt like a single step. My feet barely touched the floor. I flew into my room, jumped into my bed, and yanked the covers over my head like that was going to save me. I didn't cry. I didn't breathe. I didn't even blink. I just lay there, heart pounding so loud it drowned out everything else. My brothers laughed. From down the hall, I could hear them saying they knew I'd get scared. But I didn't say a word. Not that night. Not for years. I didn't even want to admit to myself what I saw. That thing haunted me. Not like a ghost. Not in the way you hear about spirits or poltergeists. It stayed with me in a different way. In my memory. In the dark spaces of the house where I never wanted to go again. For months afterward, I refused to go near that room. I'd avoid even looking in that direction when walking down the hall. If the attic door was open, even a crack, I'd run past like my life depended on it. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, that it was the dark, the tape, the fear building up inside me until my mind snapped and made up something terrifying. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But deep down, I knew better. I hadn't imagined it. I had seen it, felt it. That thing had looked right into my soul and smiled. As the years went on, the house didn't get better. The whispering didn't stop. The bed still shook. Doors still opened and closed on their own. Sometimes, things would move in my room. Just little things, books falling, lights flickering. One time, I found deep scratches under my bed frame that weren't there the day before. My parents always brushed it off. My brothers eventually moved out. But I stayed. I stayed until I was 16. It was the last summer I ever spent in that house. I had gotten my license, started working part-time, and already knew I wanted out as soon as I graduated. One night, I came home late. Everyone was asleep. I walked quietly down the hall, trying not to wake anyone. As I passed the back room, I noticed the attic door was wide open. That had never happened before. Never fully open like that. The air coming from it was cold, too cold for summer. And that smell, that burnt sour smell, hit me again for the first time in years. I didn't stop walking. I went straight to my room, shut the door, and locked it. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat in my bed and waited for the sun to rise. When it did, I packed up a bag and left to stay with a friend for a few days. I moved out the following year and never looked back. Now, all these years later, I still don't have an answer for what I saw. I don't think I ever will. I've talked to therapists. I've read books on sleep paralysis, childhood trauma, hallucinations, anything that might give me a logical explanation. But nothing fits. It wasn't a dream. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was awake. I was aware. I saw it. I've never had anything like it happen again. Only in that house. Only in that room. People ask me sometimes if I believe in demons or spirits. I never know what to say. I don't believe in ghosts. Not in the way they show in movies. But I do believe there are places in this world that carry something with them. Something old. Something angry. And if you're unlucky enough to live in one of those places, like I did, it'll find a way to show you it's there. It's been decades now, but that red face is still burned into my memory, more vivid than most things I've seen in the real world. I don't talk about it much. Most people wouldn't believe it anyway, but I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And I know that if I ever found myself in a house like that again, I wouldn't stay. Not even one night. Because once you've seen something like I grew up in a small town where everyone knew everyone, or at least, that's how it felt. People didn't lock their doors, and it wasn't uncommon for the grocery store clerk to know what kind of milk you preferred before you even reached the counter. There was something calming about it, almost like nothing could go wrong in a place that was so tightly knit together. But that was before we heard about Judy Kirby. The name still brings a sense of unease in the pit of my stomach, even after all these years. It's been years since it happened, but the story is still fresh in my mind, like it happened just yesterday. It started with a rumor. Not unusual in a small town, but this rumor was different. Judy Kirby, a woman I had known my entire life, was missing. Not just her though, her kids too, and her nephew. Judy had been struggling for a while. Her personal life had been unraveling. She had a history of depression, and recently, things seemed to be getting worse. There was talk about her ending a relationship with her ex-husband's brother. I didn't know much about it, but people were saying things like she's been off, she's not right, or she's been hanging around with some bad people. Some even whispered about her being involved in something shady, like drug trafficking, though I never believed that part. It didn't matter much anyway, because the real shock came when she disappeared. It was her nephew's 10th birthday, a day that should have been filled with cake and presents. But that wasn't how it went. Judy picked him up, as well as her 3 kids. She was supposed to be taking them to pick up a gift for him, or at least that's what she told her family. But she didn't come back. By the time the sun started to set, the town was buzzing with worry. The local police got a call. Something wasn't right. A car was driving the wrong way down the divided highway. They called it in, but it wasn't much help. The dispatcher had no idea where the car was coming from or where it was headed. It didn't matter. The calls started coming in faster and faster. There were more reports of the car, some of them terrified, some frantic, but they all told the same story. A car was speeding, heading in the wrong direction, weaving dangerously on the road. I can still hear the voice of the dispatcher in my head, a mix of confusion and urgency, trying to make sense of what was going on. There wasn't much time to react, but it didn't take long for the inevitable to happen. The crash, the sound of metal twisting, glass shattering, and the sickening thud of impact. There were 2 vehicles involved, Judy's car, which she had been driving with her 3 children and her nephew, and another car, driven by a father with his 2 children plus another child. I heard later that the father had been heading home from work, maybe running a little late, but not expecting anything unusual. He certainly didn't expect to be barreling toward a car coming at him head-on at high speed. When it happened, there wasn't a second to react. It was so fast, so brutal. I can still see the images in my mind. They came later, in pieces. News footage, photos, reports from the scene. The kind of things you can never forget. Both cars were destroyed beyond recognition. There was no chance anyone could have survived the impact. The wreckage was unrecognizable, and the highway was littered with debris. Parts of the vehicles, pieces of clothing, toys that had been thrown from the cars in the chaos. It felt like a nightmare, one I couldn't wake up from. The only survivors were Judy herself, who had somehow lived through it, and a child from the other car, another victim, but one who lived long enough to be rushed to the hospital. I never heard much about that child after, but I know they were never the same after it. I imagine they can never forget what happened that day. Judy, though, she didn't get away scot-free. She was alive, but she was broken. She had been seriously injured, of course. The crash had taken its toll on her, but the physical injuries were nothing compared to what she would face next. It didn't matter that she had been a mother, a sister, a daughter. In the eyes of the town, she was a murderer. What kind of mother does that to her own children? The investigation into what happened was thorough, though. There was no question that Judy had driven down that highway with full intent. It wasn't an accident, at least not in the way people might expect. She had been trying to end her own life. The idea of leaving everything behind, of escaping from whatever demons were haunting her, had driven her to this point. And in that moment, she had taken 5 innocent lives with her. Her own children, her nephew, the family in the other car. All of them, gone. She had been hospitalized for depression before, but that wasn't what they focused on. They looked at everything, the broken relationships, the fear of being caught up in something bigger than she could handle. There were whispers about her being involved in drugs. Some said she was facing an arrest, though that was never proven. Whatever the reason, she had snapped. She was running away from her problems, and in the process, she took a bunch of innocent lives with her. The community was shaken. No one could understand how it happened. Some people still wanted to believe she didn't mean to do it, that she had just been lost in her own mind, too far gone to see the reality. But no one could ignore the fact that she had driven down that highway on purpose, at high speed, against all logic, with children in the car. She had chosen to go the wrong way, and she had made sure to take as many lives as she could before the end. Judy was sentenced to 215 years in prison, a sentence that would keep her locked away for the rest of her life. It didn't feel like enough, though. It didn't bring the children back. It didn't fix the family that had been torn apart. It didn't bring back that sense of safety we all had before we knew what was possible in a place like this. before we realized that the most dangerous thing in the world can sometimes be a person you thought you knew. I remember the day Judy's trial ended. There was a heavy air over the town, something I can't quite explain. People spoke in hushed tones, even those who didn't know her. Her name carried an energy all its own. Judy Kirby, a mother, a killer, a name that would never be forgotten. Even now, when I drive down that highway, I still feel something. It's like the air is thicker, the road longer. I can't forget what happened. The thought of those kids, the families, the crash, it all sticks with me. The pieces that were scattered across the road that day are still there in my mind, as real as they were when the news broke. And Judy, she's still there too, still serving out that sentence, her life marked forever by the decisions she made on that one fateful day. I think of her sometimes, of how lost she must have been to do something so irreversible. But I also think about the kids, the ones who didn't make it. And I realize that in the end, there's no one who really wins in a situation like that. There's just loss, and a town that will never be the same again.